Tap the screen. Thank you for sharing the live, Lisa. Share the live. Almost done. Just getting live on YouTube. Sorry. When I went out of town, I had to set all this stuff back up, and I didn't realize how messed up everything was going to be. Almost finished. Okay. I know. I missed you guys too. Well, first of all, I went to Denver and I have PTSD. That's the reason I had to go. I have to do like exposure therapy and practice like leaving my safe environment or whatever. So first of all, had like a bit of a panic attack. So that happened. And then the whole Ben thing happened, which was absolutely insane. Like, I just suggest that no women on this app trust anyone. That's my just advice. Because and especially people who are claiming to be safe spaces. Like, God only knows. That is the least true. Turns out that's the least true thing. It seems to be the people yelling it the loudest that are the biggest hypocrites. Yeah, under her spell. I used to be like that too. I actually went. That's part of the reason I had to go to PTSD camp, because I for a while after I got sick, and didn't want to leave the house. I'm okay. I'm fine now. I just need to get better probably at traveling and changing environments. When I change environments, my PTSD flares up and I panic. So that's what it is. But if I need to change environments more to get over that. So that's the problem. The only way to fix it, because I didn't used to be like this, so I know I can fix it, is by changing environments, which, oopsies, sorry. Hold on. I'm going to make sure I don't spill that. Keep tapping the screen. Let's share the live. Hopefully we'll get some more people in here soon. Thank you so much. I think we're down to 334 subscriptions, so if you would like to subscribe, please do. And again, this is the tap meter, so I'll reset it. I almost forgot how to do this when I was setting up the live. I was like, God, I haven't done this in so long. I'm so confused. They've updated so many features in TikTok Studio. I guess there's more than one gift goal. I don't even know. Quite honestly, wait, what is this? Oh, followers. Hold on, let me change that. Don't like that goal. I wish I could do the gift goal separate. Maybe I can. I need to look into the goals and figure that out. If I can separate out the gift goals and subscribers. Oh, maybe I have more subscriptions than I thought. Let me check that. Oh, it didn't say that number earlier. Okay, I'm going to change to gifts, or it's supposed to be on gifts. I don't know. We'll figure it out as we go. Thank you so much. Where's the bottom? Oh, yeah. Thank you, Joanna. There is a star icon in the bottom left that you can use to sub. Oh, see, I don't know why it says this number up here. That's very confusing, because when you look at the sub goal down below in the star thing, it says 334. So I'm not sure what's happening right now with the goals. I don't think they are. Yeah, now it says 334. Okay. It's 334. So maybe it needs to update or something. Yeah. So we have 334. Why is it up there now? I'm sorry. Give me 1 second. I think I'm changing. Oh, I get it now. I'm changing the wrong thing. Give me 1 second to Change the correct thing. Yeah, there we go. Oh, that was the gift goal. Okay, I need to update the gift goal. Got it. I got confused. Okay, this is the gift goal. We have 334 subscribers. If you would like to subscribe, please do. We have so many things to talk about today. God, it's like you don't do this for a week and it's scary. It gets so scary out here. Okay, let me get this party started because God knows I have a lot to say. This is, I think, of all the like most disturbing things. So this is what I want to start with. Yesterday, Trump did a phone interview with NBC News with Kristen Welker, which I can't believe sometimes when I was reading this transcript of this interview, like, where's Chuck Todd? Bring back Chuck Todd because Kristen Welker cannot do this job. She is a weirdo and a pushover. But that being said, Trump did this interview with NBC News, and I'll show you the article if you want to reference it yourself and find it and like send it to people because it is not a joke. But he's basically said, President Trump said he is not joking about the possibility of a third term in the White House, even though it's unconstitutional. There are methods, quote, there are methods for doing so, he says, but it is far too early to think about. And then this is an actual excerpt from the article. Which is prohibited by the Constitution under the 22nd Amendment, saying in an exclusive interview with NBC News, not that there were methods for doing so, that there were methods for doing so, and clarifying that he is not joking. A lot of people want me to do it, Trump said in a Sunday morning phone call with NBC News, referring to his allies. But I mean, I basically tell them we have a long way to go. You know, it's very early in the administration. I'm focused on the current, Trump added in some of his most extensive comments to date about serving a third term. This, and if anyone wants to see this article, this is the article that is being referenced that he did a phone interview for. Quite disturbing to read. But the more interesting part, because I like, because if you're a journalist, Brian Stelter is a journalist, and they get the transcripts of these interviews, right? So he's posting the parts of this transcript of this interview. Gigi, thank you so much for the subs. You're amazing. See, look, and I saw that.
You know that paper is
That's amazing. Thank you so much for the subs. WGG in the chat. You are amazing. I appreciate you so much. So this again is part of the this is the transcript. When Kristen Welker was on the phone with Trump, she started out by saying, which is delusional, by the way. This is how delusional Kristen Welker is, by prefacing it by being like, I know you're joking. No, since when is he joking? That's delusional. But then it turned serious. Trump wildly overstated his approval rating and said a lot of people would like me to have a third term. Here's the full transcript that was released, because the transcript is much more interesting than the article. Hold on. I have to fidget. I don't want to sit like this. Better. Much better. So again, this is Kristen Welker. So when you're she starts to say joking. I know you're joking about this, but I've been talking to a lot of your allies. They say they're very serious. I talked to Steve Bannon on the record, quite frankly. So I can just tell you, I mean, he says he's, really seriously looking at potential plans that would allow you to serve a third term. Trump says, well, let me put it this way. You have to start by saying, I have the highest poll numbers of any Republican for the last 100 years. I don't think a bigger lie has ever been told in the history of all lies than that lie. Oh, I'll change the gift goal. Thank you. I'm updating the gift goal. Oh, I'm just figuring out how this works. The gift goals have changed. It's very effing confusing. That's all I can say. Oh, they make you change. Okay, got it. So confusing. Wait, no, I'm just going to do this. Okay, done. Did it. Okay. We're in the high 70s in many polls, in the real polls. And you see that. No, not in the real polls. I don't know what this man is talking about. And you see that, and we're very popular, and a lot of people would like me to do that. But I mean, basically, I basically tell them we have a long way to go. It's very early in the administration. Kristen Welker says so, but I don't hear you ruling like in a very serious way. Do you rule that out? Are you like, I can't serve a third term? It's unconstitutional. What's your thinking around it? Then Trump gets even crazier. Well, there are plans. There are not plans. There are methods which you could do it, as you know. Krista Welker, basic. Well, let me throw out one where President Vance would run for office and then would basically, if he won at the top of the ticket, would then pass the baton to you. Trump. Well, that's one. But there are others too. There are others. Kristen Welker, there are others? Can you tell me another? Trump, no, I'm not joking. Kristen Welker, yeah. Trump, but I'm not. It is far too early to think about. Kristen Welker, okay. It's too early to think about, but you're not. Trump, if people would like, and I hope you're going to mention, I have the highest ratings of any Republican. Krista Welker, yep, yeah. Trump, in 100 years. Krista Welker, yeah. Donald Trump, nobody had ratings like this. Why doesn't she contest that that's not true? I have no idea. Krista Welker, yeah. Would you want to serve a third term, sir? It's a lot of work. President's the toughest job there is. It's the toughest job in the country. You think you have? Trump, well, I like working. If by working you mean grifting, then I agree. Kristen Welker, yeah. I like Trump. I like working, so Kristen Welker, well, Trump, unlike Sleepy Joe. Kristen Welker, would you want to pass the baton to Vice President Vance? Trump, oh, I may. It's too early. Kristen Welker, too early. Trump, to even think about. That should help you sleep at night. Wait, I need to show you guys another thing because I found it later after I made this section of the outline. So hold on, and then Brian Tyler Cohen had Mark Elias on. Mark Elias is the guy that does all the voter challenges for the Republican Party. Hold on, let me see if I can find this. I know it's somewhere. He does all the voting challenges for the. Okay, this will not be. Well, I'll crop it myself because apparently I did not add it to the presentation correctly. So, okay. So again, Mark Elias and the Elias law firm, he came from Perkins Coie, one of the law firms Trump is trying to go after and punish because Mark Elias used to work there and they originated with like the 2016, the information and the prosecution around the Russia stuff, which was absolutely true. The Trump campaign was colluding with Russia, as we know from many intelligence sources and Senate Judiciary reports. So Mark Elias is... Let me make it a little bigger. Mark Elias is talking to Brian Tyler Cohen about this article or this interview that Trump did yesterday.
It is not clear if what they have in mind here is that he runs for a third term, which would clearly be prohibited by the U.S. Constitution. And to change that, to your point, you would need the Constitution to be amended, which, frankly, is never going to happen. It would require a vote.
Okay, Steve in the comments, I'm just Steve D. I'm going to help you. This is not a place where you say idiotic things. So that's a fair warning. Yeah, I literally just read a transcript, a certified transcript from yesterday when Trump said this. Trump said it in a transcript with NBC News yesterday. But again, Steve, this place is for people that like to learn. This is not for dumbasses who have no idea what's going on and just say stupid things. So that's a fair warning.
in Congress, it would require the states. It's never going to happen. The second possibility is that what they have in mind is some kind of shenanigans by which he effectively, someone else runs for.
No, Steve, that's not what we're talking about. You have no idea what's going on. Keep saying dumb things and I will block you. What you would have to do was be here when I was reading the transcript of the interview. You have no idea what's going on. You are embarrassing yourself and everyone on the right. Just pipe down and listen.
It is not clear if what they have in mind here is that he runs for a third term, which would clearly be prohibited by the U.S. Constitution. And to change that, to your point, you would need the Constitution to be amended, which frankly is never going to happen. It would require a vote in Congress. It would require the states. It's never going to happen. The second possibility is that what they have in mind is some kind of shenanigans by which he effectively, someone else runs for president, but he winds up president. We can walk through what that looks like. And then the third possibility is that he is essentially just the shadow president. He is not actually the president, but he controls presidential power. All of these would be authoritarian moves. All of these are consistent with Donald Trump's desire to be a dictator and not give up power. And all of them, and I want people to hear this loud and clear, need to be taken seriously. He's saying he's not joking. So like everyone in the legacy media, wake the fuck up. Like, this guy's not joking.
How much do you think?
I'm here. I'm so here for that. But I mean, his words, right? I just read the transcript from the interview. No one else's words, Trump's words. I am not joking. There are methods to doing this that I am looking at, right? His words. And he's never going to be able to amend the Constitution. So I would say the other two options Mark Elias was talking about are the most likely. We're almost to 50K. Keep tapping the screen. You guys are amazing. So we're almost to, or the fourth one that he didn't mention that someone said. And actually, I just want to call out Reba because she said something funny. She's like, whatever happens, he's not going to go quietly into that dark night. I could not agree more. Whatever happens, this will not be over, right? But this is not going to end easily. I think that's fair. I think that's fair to say. But yeah, and the option I think is most likely, because that's why he's starting all these fights, right? That's why he's challenging all these people. That's why he's, very clearly trying to alienate our own allies and align us with Russia, right? Because what's the easiest way to stay in office? How does Netanyahu do it? Start a war. Period. Start a war, don't leave. So that would be the fourth option, right? But then, I mean, it is true. JD Vance could get elected and I guess let Trump be president. I don't know. We need to start changing the laws. I think if we've seen anything in like the last week, all I can think is like, what the hell is going on with our legal system? We need to change a bunch of laws so idiots and power-hungry grifters cannot stay in office. Oh, let me go back to the presentation. Oh, wait, should I just show this now? Yeah, I think I'm just going to do this now because I might not get to it later. And while it's on top of my mind, I want to do this. And this is another thing I found at the end. So, which I love. I feel like she was a writer for the Rolling Stone for a while, and now she's like filling in for Ali Velshi, which is cool. I can't remember her name right now, but I'm pretty sure she was a writer for the Rolling Stone, and now she's on like subbing for Ali Velshi, which I think is awesome. But anyways, prepare yourselves. This is awful. This is real life, people.
We are just 68 days into Donald Trump's second term, and this new Trump era has been so chaotic that it's easy to lose sight of the fact that with each passing week, broad swaths of this country are looking more and more like The Handmaid's Tale. Forced birth, criminalized healthcare, providers arrested, women blamed and shamed for having miscarriages. And in Georgia, a 24-year-old woman was arrested after suffering a miscarriage from which she was still recovering when they took her into custody. Police charged her with concealing the death of another person and abandoning a dead body. And they even performed an autopsy on the 19-week-old fetus. If you can believe it, the coroner confirmed that this was indeed the result of a natural miscarriage. Yet, the criminal charges against the woman remain. Collectively, the two charges against her carry up to 13 years in prison. Consider that about 1 in 4 pregnancies actually end in miscarriage. Imagine facing criminal prosecution and a significant prison term, all while you are grieving and recovering from a lost pregnancy. That Georgia woman is not the first to watch as her miscarriage became the subject of a criminal investigation. Since the Supreme Court overruled Roe v. Wade in 2022, these episodes are increasingly common. We are just 6.
And on the broadcast on Tuesdays, we went over a report. And if anyone's interested in understanding like more about this, because this is not the first time this has happened, it won't be the last. There's a report that you can look up. It's called Pregnancy as a Crime. And Alabama is the number one state, I could tell you, that charges pregnant women with crimes. Like, it's a crime to not get prenatal care, but they take away health insurance and expand Medicaid and expanded Medicaid coverage. So you can't get health care. And then they charge you with a crime. Like, this is another example. Like, if you don't, if you have a miscarriage in the toilet, you're supposed to collect that miscarriage into a bag and take it to them and report it. And even then, which someone did, you could still be charged with an actual crime. I mean, this is real life. This is what's going on in America. When I saw that, it was just like, oh, here we go again. Yeah, that's certainly not the first time that that's happened. Lua, thank you so much for the super sticker hearts. You're the best. I missed you. I miss all of you. Like, seriously, I was having withdrawals without you guys. I'm so glad we're all back together. I had a shit week without you guys. That's what I've learned. I miss you guys when we're not together. Sorry, I'm going back to the presentation because I left it for a second to find those clips. Okay. So great. Trump's probably going to remain president, and the health deserts. And this is the irony. Where are people most affected? Rural areas in the South, right? But rural areas in general. I mean, but rural areas in the South, that's where these maternal health deserts are, and health deserts in general. Like, we can talk about maternal health deserts. We can talk about women being demonized and criminalized for being pregnant. Meanwhile, I'm watching Elmo give a speech yesterday where he's screaming that women need to get pregnant because there's not enough people in America and the birth rate's declining all over the world. But that's your future, ladies, if you get pregnant. And I just want to be 1 in 4. So you do that. I mean, I love math. 1 in 4, that's 25% of pregnancies end in a miscarriage. So you can accidentally be charged with a crime for just not being able. Love those. Thank you for the flowers and the butterflies. Elbow says get pregnant, though. just so you know. Oh, actually, and on the subject, let me show you. Because I didn't plan this, but it does go perfectly. Let me just show you what. Speaking of Elmo and, loving to impregnate people, let me just show you what's happening to Elmo today. I just saw this. This is Elmo's pregnancies are, Elmo impregnating like 14, 15 people. It's going real well for him. This is Elmo's 4th baby mama, Ashley St. Clair. This is what she's up to today. This was this morning. Look, Ashley St. Clair, Elmo's 4th baby mama, is selling her Tesla. Quote, I need to make up for the 60% cut that Elon made to our son's child support, end quote. So watch this video. This is hilarious.
Selling it because I need to make up for the 60% cut that Elon made to our son's child support.
Why do you think that he did that?
That's a great question for him.
You feel like he was sort of like vindictive against you in some way?
Yeah, that's his modus operandi when women speak out.
When was the last time that you spoke to him or tried to speak to him?
February 13th.
but he's just not responding to you at all. And how would you characterize the way that he's going about
you can check the stocks. I'm not the only one who's getting unauthorized passes.
We're not going to get you.
Let me just get this straight. 1 in 4, I just want to review where we're at here in the world. 1 in 4 pregnancies end in a miscarriage. They are charging women with desiccation of corpses and other crimes for just the offense of miscarrying. 25% of pregnancies will end in miscarriages. So that could easily be you. And in order to force women to have pregnancies and force the 1 in 4 miscarriages that will then lead to you being possibly convicted or, charged with a crime, they're changing AB laws, creating maternal health deserts, and forcing women to have no healthcare options and forcing them to give birth. And Elmo is on stage while trying to buy a Wisconsin Supreme Court election yesterday and giving away $1 million checks and telling a bunch of pathological lies. He's saying all women need to get pregnant, the birth rate's declining. But he, the richest man in the mother effing world, will not pay his own child support. He will not support his own children. If you remember, I talked to you about Ashley St. Clair in this situation. She's trying to take him to court to get like a legal court-ordered paternity test because he's refusing to pay her money. And he's like dodging her. And she's like, why won't you come see your child? And he's like, my life's in danger. Meanwhile, he's using his other children as like human shields in public. He's like, I'm protecting my child. Is he protecting his child when he's like holding him up in front of him in public? Like, so you tell me. Steve, are you talking again? Oh, Steve has to leave. I'm sorry. I don't give a mother F. Bye, Steve. Please don't speak to us ever again. Like, bless your heart, Steve. Go away. Or come back from another account so I can block that one too. God, I'm so sick of men. Excuse me, not the men in here. You know what I mean. But everyone say bye to Steve. Steve's gonna go away now because he can't keep his mouth shut. Sorry. But I digress. I've had a very long week of being sick of people. So, yeah, you tell me, is it good? Thank you so much. Is it a good deal to get pregnant? Doesn't seem like it to me. You tell me what the benefit. If the richest man in the world won't pay child support, I mean, where are we at here? What hope do any of us have? It's absolutely ludicrous. Oh, and then I forgot part of this. Just to go back, like when we were just talking about Trump wanting to be, in charge, the president and saying, I have the highest poll ratings. I have the highest. Thank you for the crown. I love a crown. And this is the gift rating thing, by the way, if everyone's like, what the F is this? This is like the gift rankings. That's what it's called. It's new. I think I had it last Friday when I did a live too. So while Trump is pretending to be in the high 70s in many polls, in the real polls, this morning's new CBS poll finds 40% of Americans strongly disapprove of him. Do you know how bad that is? Strongly disapprove of him. 11% somewhat disapprove, 19% somewhat approve, and only 31% strongly approve. So you tell me, does he have the highest poll ratings of any president ever, or is that a mother effing lie? Like, the lies, no ends. Oh, and this will make you sick. Our de facto cult leader, Robert Reich, was writing on Twitter saying the top 7 donors in the 2024 election, so in the last presidential election, all GOP, right? The top 7 donors in the election, Trump's like, people are giving Kamala all this money. That was grassroots money. Not to say no billionaires gave Kamala money, they did, but it's not in exchange for weird, corrupt favors or control of the government when you're an unelected, creepy billionaire. Gave a combined $1 billion to Trump. $1 billion. The top 7 donors in the 2024 election gave a combined $1 billion to buy Trump a second term. It's a gigantic amount of money in total, but it's just pocket change to them. We must get big money out of politics. No one from either party should be able to buy an election. Preach. Like, I cannot agree more. And this is, if you're interested, and again, I've taken us to Open Secrets before. It's opensecrets.org. It's a great resource for stuff like this. Look, top 7 donors. Elmo, 291, which I thought 291 million. Timothy Mellon, which I did a whole piece. I can't remember if I was still doing lives with Jay when I did this, or I was doing lives. I honestly can't remember. But Timothy Mellon, there's he is like this weirdo, from the Carnegie Mellons who never is in the public. You should look up. He's out of his mind. Like, absolutely nuts. Miriam Adelson, that's Sheldon Adelson's widow. The Elaines. What they run that really scary. God, what is that organization called? You can look them up, but they're super disturbing. Kenneth C. Griffin, Jeff Yass. That's the guy that owns the stake in TikTok. Paul Singer. I don't know a lot about Paul Singer. And then after the top 7 is Bloomberg, who gave to Kamala. So I find this stuff. Do I have days and times I do lives? Yes. Listen, sorry, it's a long story. If anyone doesn't know, I've been dealing with a situation. Well, I shouldn't say a lot of people have been dealing with a situation with a creator on this app who, used to see him all the time on Steve's lives. His name's Ben, and he turned out to be a liar and has done a bunch of horrible things to women on this app. So the reason my live started late today is because of that. But normally my lives are 11:30 Pacific time to 2:30 Eastern. But yeah, I had to start the live late today because I was handling something. As the lies keep trickling out, someone's got to scream at this man.
You know that paper is more sophisticated now than computers.
Okay, and then, so everything you need to know about Trump's GOP tax plan. So again, if you're wondering, like, why are these people donating so much to Trump? Which, by the way, is pocket change. Robert Reich is absolutely right. It is literally pocket change. But why? Oh, maybe this is what they voted for. To rob Social Security, take over the government, and create an autocracy that only benefits the rich. Who gets a tax cut? People who make $360,000 to $914,000 a year and $914,900 above. That's who's getting a tax cut. Everyone else, even if you make up to $360,000, you will be paying more in taxes. So if you're wondering why, what's the benefit here? I mean, the math is mathing. Oh, and this is this is sickening. I can't even, watching Trump try to dismantle the legal system, I would say is fascinating, but it's also one of the most disturbing things I've ever seen. So 2 more line prosecutors were just dismissed, right? And I find this quite interesting. They were dismissed out of the blue, notified by a terse 1-sentence email stating no reason for the move other than it was on behalf of the president himself. A 1-line email, no explanation. Here, I want to The two prosecutors had both worked for many years as career officials inside the Justice Department. This is the one I kind of want to focus on because this is the one the New York Times kind of gives a really messed up reason for. His name's Adam Schleifer. He ran for Congress, which I think is part of the reason this is happening to him in the 2020 campaign cycle. One of the prosecutors, Adam Schleifer, was sitting at his computer Friday morning in Los Angeles working on a case. Now, think about what we just talked about, because this all ties together. So we're looking at a list of all these rich men and corporations that are donating to the election. We look at the tax cuts they all want to get. And then what else is Trump giving them? Corrupt favors for billionaires and corporations, right? So on Friday morning in Los Angeles, this last Friday morning, he's working on a case against Andrew Wiederhorn. Now, who's Andrew Wiederhorn? The founder of Fatburger, which you can look this guy up. Oh, I need to update some goals. He's pretty prolific. Like he's got a lot going on. Let me update these goals really quick while it's fresh in my mind. Let's keep tapping the screen. Let's get to 100K and I'll just put it at 200K. Thank you guys so much for the gifts. Again, this is my Cash App and Venmo. If you would, all my research and everything I do is reliant on donor support. So I appreciate your, oh my cat just, you guys probably can't hear because this is a really good microphone. Because when I used to have another microphone, people could hear my cat scream. My cat is sounding like he's fighting someone in the hallway. I have no idea what's going on. My cat might be dying. Oh, wait, which one? I need to update. Oh, yeah. Give me one more second to update this one. Thank you, Brookie Cookie. That's a cool name for following me on Twitch. I appreciate you so much. Love the name. Love the name. I'm going to move it to 125 so I can. I've got a lot of talking. I have a lot of thoughts today. I could probably talk for 7 hours. Okay, so Andrew Wiederhorn, who's the founder of Fatburger. Let's never go there again. There's so many gross places to eat really fattening burgers. Five Guys is good. Smash Burger is good. According to two people familiar with the events who spoke on the condition of anonymity for fear of reprisal, Mr. Wiederhorn is fighting charges of wire fraud and crimes related to his company. So this guy who ran for Congress in 2020, I believe as a Democrat, now is working on a case against a very rich man and corporation in Fatburger while he was writing. So he's working on this Fatburger case against Andrew Wiederhorn for wire fraud and crimes against Fatburger. He received an email from a White House official saying that he had been terminated. One of the people said no reason was cited. Shocked and confused by the message, Mr. Schleifer asked supervisors if the email was some kind of hoax. The people said he quickly discovered his work phone had been reset and he could no longer use office devices. Mr. Schleifer, who worked in the corporate and securities fraud strike force. So these are people investigating securities fraud, like stock market fraud and corporate fraud. That's what he was doing when he got terminated. Had spent years working on the Fatburger case. Given that the case has drawn headlines recently and that Mr. Wiederhorn has donated to political action committees supporting Mr. Trump, his colleagues suspect that may have played a role in his dismissal. During the 2020 campaign cycle, Mr. Schleifer ran as a Democrat for Congress in New York. In that period, he occasionally took to social media to accuse Mr. Trump of denigrating the rule of law. Accuse or point out a fact. I don't know. You could be the judge. You decide what's going on there. Thank you so much for the gift. Keep tapping the screen. We're almost to 100K. You guys are doing awesome. Still, he returned to the Justice Department at the tail end of the first Trump administration, just before Mr. Trump left office. So Trump was still in office and he comes back to work at the Justice Department as he had done. But those social media posts were amplified by allies of the Trump White House last week. And this is happening more and more as Mr. Schleifer found himself dismissed. So I keep saying this, like this is happening more and more. There are these watchdog crazy MAGA people who are finding posts of prosecutors and people and then amplifying them and being like, oh, like what's her name? Oh, sorry, I forgot her name for a second. Pam Bondi, like this person needs to go. And then all of a sudden they disappear. So you think it doesn't matter that people are combing through people's social media posts? It very much does. Exactly 1 hour before he received the terminate, and you tell me if Laura Luber did this or not. Exactly 1 hour before he received the termination email, the far-right influencer Laura Loomer posted on social media about Mr. Schleifer, calling him a Biden holdover and referring to a 5-year-old message of his in which he praised Adam Schiff, now a Democratic senator of California, and criticized Trump. Oh, so he's a fair person who has read court documents. That's interesting. Many of Mr. Schleifer's colleagues were fearful about what his dismissal signaled for the tradition, not just of Justice Department independence, but of the independence of individual U.S. attorney offices, the two people said. Yeah, so Night of the Long Knives. Except for the only difference of Night of the Long Knives is that Night of the Long Knives was actually true believers of the schmazzies, right? It was the real socialists, remember? Because like it's a common misconception, people are like, schmazzies were socialists, but they really weren't, right? Hitler was not a socialist. So, but they were called the brown shirts. These were true socialists existing within the party who were like, oh, we're going to take over and then we're going to own the means of production and we're going to share the wealth. And he had no intention of doing that. So the Night of the Long Knives it was actually the culling of the true believers. So if you want to like draw out that analogy and that line of logic, that would actually be, I mean, he's gotten rid of most of them already. It's what they call the rhinos, right? You watch them, they're culling them all the time. It's the true believers in conservatism that believe in whatever, I mean, that it's not real fiscal responsibility, but Trump is the least fiscally responsible person on earth. So that's, I mean, but yeah, I mean, that's anybody who opposes him, he is getting rid of. Okay, setting up a new gift goal. Thank you for reminding me. It's hard to keep track of all this. I'll get better. Plus, you guys have no idea what I've been up to this. And if you're not in the Discord, there is a forever link in all my bios. To join the Discord in my link tree. Just go to my profile on Twitch, on YouTube, on Blue Sky, on X, wherever, and join the Discord. And then you can get more information about what's been going on this week with what I've been talking about. Because when I get really pissed off, I start talking about it in there. Who's the guy Trump ran back to Utah? Are you talking about Mitt Romney? Yeah, like Mitt Romney is definitely a true believer, for sure. I assume you might mean him, or there's more. There's a lot of true believers in Utah, actually. Like the current senator from Utah, what's his name? I'm sorry if I get it wrong. I want to say his name is John Curtis. And he speaks out against Trump a lot, right? Like originally Mormons were communists, socialists, right? I mean, that's what they were. They were sharecroppers. They were literally like work together, pool our resources, and succeed together. So, I mean, they're conservative in their cultural values, but they are true believers. So, yeah, that's all fair. Current and former colleagues described Mr. Schleifer as an accomplished and fair prosecutor. Quote, Adam is very smart, hardworking, impartial prosecutor. He's very dedicated to the job. The man is honest. He is the kind of prosecutor one would want in the U.S. Attorney's Office. So definitely Trump doesn't want him there. You know what I'm saying? Like, wait, what does that say? Yeah, sorry, I was just reading something. So that Trump does not want anyone. Oh, and the other prosecutor who was dismissed. This is going to come as an absolute shock to everyone in here. It's a black woman. Who, whoever could have seen that coming? Not me. Reagan Fodrin, who until last week had been the acting U.S. attorney. Okay, so for the Western District of Tennessee, right? So we had to get, don't worry, we just had to get rid of a black woman. And when I looked into, like, they don't talk so much about the reasons for her firing, but this is really what I think the reason is right here. Because, okay, so she was just a line prosecutor at the DOJ, like a regular prosecutor. Then she was elevated to acting U.S. attorney when Biden was in office. And it's not uncommon. Like, while it is not unusual for acting U.S. attorneys to lose that position once a new administration selects a permanent successor, a career official like Miss Fondren would typically return to her regular prosecutor position. In this instance, however, she was fired by the White House. Oh yeah, if the Discord link is not working, either you can message Joanna and she can help you, or also you just copy and paste the link into your browser. And I'll remind myself, I need to make a note of that. I'll put the link in again, but yeah, just copy the link and paste it in a browser and you should be able to get there. Thank you for whoever said that. Tana. Thank you so much. I appreciate your help. Thank you for helping. That makes it so much better. Now, just to go on and on with the corruption going on in the Trump White House. So Russ Vought, who in my opinion is the scariest person in the Trump administration. This is the man that said he wanted to traumatize the federal workforce into quitting. He is one of the most famous Christian nationalists in this country. He wants the 19th Amendment repealed. I talk about this guy ad nauseum. He is the director of the Office of Management and Budget. He's like the architect of Project 2025. He wrote the chapter in Project 2025 on consolidating power in the executive branch. Quite literally. Like that. This is Russ Vought. So Russ Vaught's Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, right, that they destroyed, but this one reversed a settlement and sent back. This is real life, people. Sent back $100,000. The only purpose, before Trump, of the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau was to protect the American people from fraud, right? From us being charged overdraft fees, from like junk fees, they went after corporations and particularly banks and things in the financial industry who were defrauding the American people. So again, remember all those billionaires who donated to Trump? This is why. They just reversed a settlement and sent back $100,000 to a mortgage company, which discriminated to discourage Black customers. Boeing is asking to rescind a guilty plea it already made. They already pled guilty in a case, and they want that to be rescinded. Welcome to the age of the corporate pardon. And if you want to read more about this, Trump scrambles to pardon corporate criminals he once prosecuted. First, I forgot. Look at this byline. First, the gutted Consumer Financial Protection Bureau pronounced whites only marketing legal again. Is everyone hearing this? Now Boeing wants to renege on the sweetheart deal of the century. I can't believe this. We are so shocked. Oh, wait, we are not. Oh, yeah, and it's on prospect.org, but if you want to screenshot this is the article. Yay, isn't that great? Great job, Trump administration. Great job, all you people that voted for him. And this I don't like Nate Silver, but if you remember, Nate Silver used to be the pollster who started 538, and then he sold that. It's now owned by Disney. He has something called the Silver Bulletin, and I believe he actually works for Peter Thiel, or is funded in part by Peter Thiel. But I'm only showing you this because I think this is Very reasonable. Before any further sell-off today, a chart from a story we're publishing later this week. U.S. auto manufacturers, including Tesla, hit harder by tariffs than foreign ones. Because he's making a case for Elmo. But that's the reality. And I'm telling you this because it's liberation. I can't even believe I have to say these words. But if you guys don't know, I think it's Wednesday, right? Wednesday is Liberation Day, and that's where Trump will be announcing tariffs on, I don't know, every country. Let me see if I can find this clip, because they're like, we heard it's 15 countries. Like, basically our economy will be tanking on Wednesday. That's Liberation Day. Like, I mean, it's already tanking. I just want to be real clear. But it will officially tank on Wednesday when Trump does whatever it is he's going to do. Thank you so much, Christine, for the $20. Thank you for being my favorite teacher ever. That is the coolest compliment. Thank you so much. But yeah, so these tariffs, like Nate Silver is basically making a case for American automotive companies and saying these tariffs are punishing American companies. See the ones in the red? American companies, as well as Honda. I mean, there's some non-American ones, but mainly American ones. And then companies like Ferrari and whatnot are benefiting from that. Rivian's doing well. I love Rivian. I mean, what a great alternative to a Tesla. Oh, and it gets better and better. You know, I love Robert Reich. Nearly every Republican in the Senate, if you haven't heard about this latest one, voted to overturn a Biden administration rule that limited bank overdraft fees to $5. So don't worry, we're going to be back up to like $30 overdraft fees. This rule, initially established by the now gutted Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, was expected to save consumers $5 billion annually. Now, this is America first, and Trump cares about the average American. Why? Somebody tell me why. It's because this is not America first, MAGA. Use your brains. You can do it. I know you can follow this line of logic. He's only punishing us. And if you want to read more about this, Republicans vote to let banks screw over working Americans. Pretty much almost every Republican voted to screw over. Hi, guys. I missed you guys too, just to be clear. I was in Denver last week. I'm supposed to travel because I have PTSD and it's like exposure therapy and I have to practice leaving my environment. And that's where I was. And I was going to do lives, but then a bunch of things happened that we won't get into right now. That prevented me from doing so. I love Denver. I'll be there again. I had the best time. The best time, while having anxiety attacks, but as good a time as you can have. Now, Lena Khan, who's formerly FTC, subscription traps are set to end on May 14th. So again, here we go again, right? That's when the FTC's click to cancel rule fully kicks in. And have you guys experienced this? I think because I have to subscribe to a bunch of newspapers and different things so I can do research for the people's receipts. I know exactly, you can subscribe to something with one click, but it is impossible to cancel. It is you cannot cancel these subscriptions. It's hey, just sign up for a week trial, but good luck finding out how to turn it off. What is the San Francisco Chronicle? Oh my God, don't subscribe there. You will never, ever, ever be able to cancel it. I found hundreds of Reddit threads where people were what the is going on? Oh, Miller, thank you so much. I did. And I made a note to say something to you. Thank you so much for the $25. I appreciate you so much. Thank you for thinking of me. And subscribe for my settings page. On what? Well, you can't do that on the San Francisco Chronicle. Well, it depends on how you subscribe or if you get the full paper delivered. But man, I am intimately familiar with this. But you can't. Some of these, if you've never experienced this, then good luck to you. But anyways, so basically this is supposed to kick in. Biden changed the rules requiring that subscriptions be as easy to cancel as they are to sign up for. So the same way you could just cancel with a click, sign up with a click, you need to be able to cancel with a click. Now some in Congress are gearing up to gut the rule. America's golden age of subscription traps. Now you tell me, is that America first? Why are you helping corporations steal from American citizens? Who is that benefiting? Who? No one, except for corporations and billionaires. This is I love MAGA is clueless, and they don't read. So, in fairness, they do not read. So they have no idea what's going on, and they just listen to Steve Bannon spewing nonsense. But and who is it? Oh, look, it's Mike Lee, the fake libertarian. A real libertarian, Mike Lee, would never do something like this. You are a mother effing fraud. And so you know how I feel about Robert Reich. Keep tapping the screen. We're almost to 125K. I appreciate you guys so much. Gutting the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau at the request of tech billionaires who are under investigation. Directing the DOJ to stop enforcing a law prohibiting corporations from bribing foreign governments. Real life, people. Firing key regulators that protect the public from corporate abuse, like the FTC regulators. It's open season for corruption in DC. Are you getting it now? This is what Elmo wants. This is a technocracy where the rich get richer, corporations get richer, and we are mere cattle. I suggest, and everyone thinks Elmo is really scary. I'm not saying he's not, but you should read Peter Thiel's essays on this. They believe that the constitutional republic is pointless. It's useless and it's outdated, right? They want to move to a technocracy, and we, the average middle class and lower class people, we are free range cattle. They want to monitor us with leg monitors or chips or whatever and keep track of us. And as long as we're working, then we're allowed to be free range. But if we stop working and become lazy, then we are sent to work camps or something. This is literally what he believes. Oh, and this is, and I talked about him last Friday, the last time I did a live, Alvaro Bedoya. This is one of the FTC commissioners who I love. This guy has been in the streets screaming. I showed you guys videos of him pissed off. I love this guy. Alvaro Bedoya is one of the FTC commissioners. He was investigating Amazon. One, for basically charging up to 50% for every sale for small businesses on Amazon, for them basically extorting people, which is techno-feudalism. I always talk about one of my favorite books is the end of capitalism, the rise of techno-feudalism. That's literally what they're doing. He was investigating Amazon. What was the other one? He was investigating Tesla, I believe, and now he's randomly fired. What do you know? It's so strange. Anyways, and the other commissioner, there were two fired at the same time, Commissioner Slaughter. So he's saying, Commissioner Slaughter and I just sued to clarify that we're still FTC commissioners, but this is bigger than us. This is about economic stability. If the president can break a 90-year-old Supreme Court ruling to fire us for no reason, he can do it to the Fed, the FDIC, and the SEC. Tesla. Yes, thank you. Thank you, Johnny. That's my pronunciation was wrong. It's Tesla. And I think, you know why I think Trump does that? Because he hears Elmo saying Tesla, that's a South African accent. And then he's trying to say it like he hears Elmo say it, but then he's just like, Tesla. That's what I think is actually happening. Because people are always like, why is Elmo saying Tesla? It's the South African dialect. Tesla. Jerry, you're so funny. Oh, okay. So I did put this clip in here. I was like, God, I thought I put this clip in here. I do have it. So this is what I'm talking about scary Liberation Day, which everyone says is April 2nd, which I believe is Hump Day. It's Wednesday. Whenever And there, listen to this reporter be like, hey, and like, does someone want to ask why it looks like Howard Lutnick and Trump were in a bathroom together? That is Howard Lutnick in the background. Why are they creeping around in a bathroom together in the dark? Like, I don't know. I don't know if that's what it is, but doesn't it look like that? Why are they? I mean, there's a mirror back. What the hell is going on? Like, his hair looks a little rumpled. I'm just pointing out what's happening in this scene. Howard Lutnick is behind Trump, who, by the way, Howard Lutnick, I heard, is not even allowed. You know, he kept showing up, like, doing like Sunday morning political interviews and just saying insane things. And I heard he's not even allowed to, like, do interviews anymore. It's given weird vibes. That's all I'm saying. Like, Trump's like, someone knocked on the door, and Trump's like, what?
On the tariffs that you're planning, so you're expecting to hit something like 10 to 15 countries, is that right?
No.
All of the countries across the board?
Not 10. I don't know. Who told you 10 or 15 countries?
We heard that. So we heard that you were going to aim for the 10%.
But you didn't hear it from me.
Okay, so how many countries will be in that initial tranche?
You'd start with all countries, so let's see what happens. There are many countries.
On the Russian,
I haven't heard a rumor about 15 countries, 10 or 15.
so you're starting with all countries?
Essentially, all of the countries that we're talking about, would be talking about all countries. It's not a cutoff. And if you look at the history and you look at what's happened to us, you go to certain places, go to Asia, and you take a look at every single country in Asia, what they've done to the United States in trade. And by the way, in military in a certain way. You look at, you would take a look at trade with Asia, and I wouldn't say anybody is treated as fairly or nicely, and but we are going to treat them. We're going to be much more generous to them in terms of heart. We're going to be much more generous than they were to us.
You said that
Yeah, that's cause for good. That's a red mother effing flag. And Trish and Ola, thank you, Trisha, for the giveaway subs. I just didn't want to interrupt Trump while he was saying a bunch of nonsense. But thank you so much for the 5 subs. It is so, so appreciated. You are amazing. And Patricia, thank you so much for the $25. Thanks for keeping us up to date with all the Trump fuckery. I appreciate you. I agree. I appreciate you too. That's funny. You made me laugh. It's so laugh so you don't cry, everyone. That's the theme of today. Oh, remind me. I'm trying to think of what order I want to go in. Oh, should I? Yeah, okay. After I do this. So this is the new Prime Minister of Canada, if you're like, who that? Well, that's obvious. There's a few Canadian flags in the background. What's his first name? His last name's Carney. Is it Mark? I can't remember what his first name is. So I'm sure there's Canadians in here who can. It's Mark. It is Mark Carney, because for a second I was like, wait, is that someone else? Okay, so Mark Carney, and I mean, it is absolutely. Thank you so much for the coins. It's absolutely eerie to hear a Prime Minister of Canada speak like this. Oh my God, we are in unprecedented times. And then after I play these 2 clips of Mark Carney talking, then I want to show you this awesome video. You guys know I love Mr. Global. He's made several videos that I love lately, but he made a video about this. I love when he just corrects people and runs over them. It's like, what are the joys of my life to watch, like, Mr. Global just he finds videos of like idiots, being like, this is why this is happening. And then he's just like, no, you're an idiot. And it's like the best moment of my life. I'm updating the live goal. Thank you guys for reminding me, because we all know I've got some serious ADHD problems. Okay.
I understand and respect his goal to support American workers, but I disagree with him that this is how to help them. With time, it will become apparent that these actions will end up hurting American workers and American consumers. I reject any attempts to weaken Canada, to wear us down, to break us so that America can own us. That will never happen. And our response to these latest tariffs is to fight, is to protect, and to build. We will fight the U.S. tariffs with retaliatory trade actions of our own that will have maximum impact in the United States and minimum impacts here in Canada.
Yeah, and he's saying, I mean, he's basically like, hey, we're going to punish the people who are punishing us. I mean, and I don't blame him. What else are you going to do? And like, if you guys know, they're particularly targeting red states. So good, make them hurt. But I think like my worst fear is, and I'm just saying this out loud because you know me, I debate myself. Well, first of all, hi, facts. Facts still matters here. And he's my best friend and one of my favorite people in the world. And I have missed him so much. And we're going to start doing lives together again soon. I know, good for Canada. I don't know what to say. Not great for us. Not amazing for us. Good for Canada, though. But not amazing for us, and especially not for red states.
The old relationship we had with the United States, based on deepening integration of our economies and tight security and military cooperation, is over. What exactly the United States does next is unclear. But what is clear is that we, as Canadians, have agency. We have power. We are masters in our own home. Nous sommes maîtres chez nous. We can control our destiny. We can give ourselves much more than any foreign government, including the United States, can ever take away. We can deal with this crisis best by building our strength right here at home. It will take hard work. It will take steady and focused determination from governments, from businesses, from labor, from Canadians. We will need to dramatically reduce our reliance on the United States. We will need to pivot our trade relationships elsewhere. And we will need to do things previously thought impossible at speeds we haven't seen in generations.
Yeah, I mean, I just cannot stress enough to hear a Canadian Prime Minister, like one of our biggest trade partners in the world, saying these things is so, it should be unnerving to literally everyone. I can't, I mean, if you would have told me this, I don't know. I mean, I guess I'm done with disbelief though. Okay, let me find the Mr. Global video because I love this video. I love when he corrects idiots, and it's on this same subject. I actually have 2 Mr. Global videos of him correcting idiots because, man, it just never gets old. Okay, so basically this bless this man's heart who does not have a brain was trying to, because first of all, Trump just keeps, he's talking about I assume the trade deficit and why there's a trade deficit with Canada. And this is just another example of MAGA and how their brains don't work. And let's definitely defund the Department of Education, though, because it's not going to hurt anyone. You guys are firing on all cylinders. You guys can't find your way out of a paper bag now. So what could go wrong?
The United States is roughly around 340 million. Why do we have a deficit with Canada?
It has nothing to do with the people or the number of people in each country, and everything to do with the fact that U.S. companies buy 1.6 billion barrels of oil from Canada annually. That's why we have a trade deficit. This isn't about people and numbers of people and what Americans buy from Canada and what Canadians buy from America. This has everything to do with oil. $90 billion worth of oil is purchased from Canadian companies by American companies every year. You keep equating people with this as if they have anything to do with it. They don't. That's part of the scam. That's what you haven't figured out. This whole thing is a scam. Why do you think it is the tariff issue hasn't come up? Why do you think it is no one's ever said anything about trade deficits? Why do you think this is all suddenly a brand new thing? Didn't even come up in the first Trump administration, did it? No. You've been led to believe that Canada is tariffing the heck out of the United States to the point where, oh, we're just victims. When the fact of the matter is, we buy $90 billion worth of cheap oil from Canada every single year because we are reliant on it, and that's why we have a trade deficit. That trade deficit used to exist with Saudi Arabia. We traded that one for the one with Canada because it's better to trade with your allies. So if you have an issue with the small trade deficit we have with Canada, you should understand something. When adjusted for inflation, the trade deficit we had with Saudi Arabia in like 2005 would have equaled about $1.4 trillion when adjusted for inflation. But back to the part that matters, the part about this being a scam and the part where nobody's ever brought this up and it just suddenly became an issue. It's because Donald Trump wants Canada. Has nothing to do with trade deficits at all. Donald Trump wants Canada. He wants Canada and he wants Greenland. And this is the excuse he's using to divide Americans and Canadians and to build hate in this country against Canada. That's what he's doing. Classic authoritarian dictator style of leadership. Because in order for Trump to take Canada, first he has to convince you to hate Canada. That's how this works. And you're falling for it hook, line, and sinker because you are so loyal to a politician. Are you getting it yet? Or do you need me to explain this to you 15 more times? You are falling for a scam from a person that wants to be a dictator. That's what's happening. Period. Period. Period.
The United States is...
I do love the way he delivers this bad news. I mean, absolutely ridiculous. Like that these people can't figure this out. That and it costs our exports cost a lot of money. When you have the highest valued currency in the world, when it is the gold standard of currency, our exports are very expensive. Do you know what you do in order to make if you want to export more, which this is ill-advised and it's sometimes illegal. You're not supposed to manipulate your currency. But how do you make people buy more of your exports? You devalue your own currency in the market so they're cheaper. So your exports are cheaper. If we want to export more, which we don't, that's why you've never heard about it before. We would have to lower the value of the US dollar to make our exports more affordable. That is a dangerous game. Should we not have the dominant currency in the world? I don't know. And I could make an argument for both sides. I'm not saying one way or another. Thanks, Jen, for reminding me about the gift goal. I appreciate it so much. Keep reminding me. I need lots of reminders. And what he said is true. Like, understand what Trump's doing. Trump is making up lies that are easily checked and proven wrong. Because why? He wants to poison the mind of idiots in this country. And I'm saying that respectfully. I don't want to say it, but we're at the point where we just have to speak frankly about your brains. They're not working so good. They're not. These are facts. Anybody can look up these things if you really wanted to and figure out that you have no idea what you're talking about. Oh, Joanna's here. Yay!
Hey y'all, hey people, hey Felice, you look gorgeous as always. The red is redding. I miss you more. The hair is herring. You look refreshed, although I know the week was stressful AF. People, we're getting back into the swing of things. Happy spring. What I'm gonna need for y'all to do is tap the screen, okay? There's been a lot of yapping today. I know we all missed each other. I need for y'all to show how much y'all missed everybody by tapping the fuck out the screen, okay? Thanks. Do all the rest of the things as well. If you haven't sent your heart me, make sure to do that. I know it's easy to forget, but that helps TikTok know that you're enjoying the content, and it helps us get pushed out. If you haven't subscribed to the Discord yet, if you haven't joined us over there, if you didn't know, the outlines for these shows are posted in there. So if you see a nice fun link that you want to go back to, We give you all of the information in there, especially for you people who see shit on the screen and then say 5 minutes later, hey, who was that? Hey, where can I find them? Yay! Thank y'all for the cowboy hats. Now Felice can reset the gift goal again. Super fun. But yeah, join us on Discord. If you can't figure out the link in the link tree or it's not working when you put it in a browser, send me a DM. I've hit a couple of people up with the link today and it's working. So hit me up if you can't figure that out. The best way to support is to send a little coinage to the Cash App and Venmo. It's on the screen at A Girl Has No Name. Lastly, if you haven't joined us on YouTube and Twitch, I don't know what the F you're doing, but you need to get over there as well. Once you subscribe to YouTube or go on there and just watch those videos, you can watch all the replays. That's what I did when we were off for the majority of last week because I missed everybody and I missed Felice. But absolutely hop on YouTube. It's also at A Girl Has No Name. Appreciate it. We're up to 162,000. We need to get up to 200K super duper quick. I know that y'all can do it. Your thumbs have gotten plenty of rest over the last week. So let's get those likes up. Let's get these shares up to 500. Appreciate y'all so much. Back to the show.
Thank you so much, Joanna. I miss you. And Miller said we need a Joanna sticker. We need to ask Cootery about that. I'm not a graphic artist. Cootery is a brilliant graphic artist. If anyone needs one, she's literally amazing. I'm putting that in the group chat right now. I'm going to add Cootery because that's a great idea. I love Joanna so much. She's the best. I think because I was raised by a narcissist, like, I like people telling me what to do. And it was like in a weird way, because I'm like all over the place. Like, I have ADHD where people are like, this is what you need to be doing. I'm like, oh, okay, thank you. Like, that's why I like when people tell me to update the gift goal. It's helpful to me. I need people to tell me. But anyways, yeah. So just to close, I think Mr. Global is spot on. Like, understand what Trump's doing when he's telling these lies about the trade deficit and confusing MAGA because they don't even know what words mean in the first place and have never, like, you can make it out of high school and have no knowledge of economics whatsoever. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, period. I thought I was terrible at economics. And then I started doing this stuff on the internet. I was always very insecure about my knowledge of economics. And then I was like, oh, I'm an economics genius. What do you know? I took macro and micro econ in college, like my freshman year, and I guess that qualifies me as a genius. So, I mean, that's what it is. He is trying to poison the minds of MAGA. They're like, they're stealing from us. No, you just don't have any idea what you're talking about, and you're painfully confused. But they believe him. And that's how you poison. And that's why you hear that rhetoric from Mark Carney. He's like, our military relationships, our cooperation is over because they know what's coming next. This is the rhetoric before they try to occupy. And I'm not even going to get into the JD Vance showing up at Greenland, saying all that wacko stuff, challenging Denmark. I believe this morning Greenland has asserted their autonomy and made it clear they want nothing to do with the United States. So, I mean, you guys keep lying and showing up there for an hour. He literally flew there for like an hour, did a press conference, made up a bunch of lies about what the people of Greenland want, and then left. And that has not gone over well, nearest I can tell. Okay, hold on. Let me get back to our place. Keep tapping the screen. Tap the screen. Share the live with 10 people. Let's get some more people in here. We need more people to hear about this. I have another Mr. Global video later. I'll save it, though, because we need to stay on tasks. Okay. Yeah. So, and I'll say this, which this is one of the last, when we talk about the Night of the Long Knives, and I was explaining how actually that was the true believers in the Schmatzi Party, the real socialists. Hitler was not a socialist. He was a capitalist to the nth degree. He was an authoritarian. And he was like, I got to get rid of these people that think I'm going to share share the wealth with them. This is delusional, right? I would say Don Bacon is definitely one of the true believers in the Republican Party left. And I've noticed in the last, well, I'm not saying he's never done it before. He's from Nebraska, and oh my God, she made a Joanna sticker. I have no idea how to put this in. There's a Joanna sticker, people. Can somebody put this? Oh, wait, am I the only one that could do this? Oh, God. I'll figure it out. That's so cute. I'm going to figure out how to, if anyone can add this sticker besides me, I will make sure people have access to my TikTok account after this, because I have no idea how to do that. But we will have a Joanna sticker soon. Yeah, Don Bacon, gross. Except for, I'm going to play devil's advocate to the Don Bacon gross, because Don Bacon, I agree, Lori, but this is one of the last moderate Republicans left. It annoys me that he's not screaming at the top of his lungs. A lot of things about Don Bacon annoy me, right? But I mean, he's in a very interesting state and a very interesting district. But I have noticed in the last couple weeks, he started, since, Signalgate, since the biggest leak of all time, which is criminal, that apparently no one will be punished for, happened and things like this, he's started to get, and as people in Nebraska are getting more and more pissed off, he's starting to actually say something. And this was him speaking about tariffs to Wolf Blitzer.
In the United States, but Fords and Chevys made in the United States, all those prices are going to skyrocket. Now, could Republicans in Congress specifically be doing more to push the president to try to de-escalate his trade war? What leverage do you have?
Well, in Article 1 in the Constitution, really tariffs should be a congressional initiated action. So this should come from Congress. However, I think we made a mistake. In the past, we passed legislation that gave the president some temporary tariff authorities. And I think we should look back and maybe restore the power back to Congress and take away the authorizations that we've allowed the presidents, not just President Trump, but President Biden and President Obama before him. This power should reside in the House and the Senate. And we have the power of the purse. And so I think we should restore these authorities back to the House.
Well, that's an interesting proposal. Let's see if that happens.
Except for you, this is my thing. Okay, appreciate you finally saying that. And it's probably so you can keep your job, because the voters of Nebraska are after everybody in that state asking what the F is going on. So I understand now you're saying this. Didn't see you voting that way. Right? When we refunded the government and they slipped in all those poison pills that said Trump can keep doing this tariff thing till the end of the fiscal year. That's what you guys voted for. And now he's like, oh, maybe we should return this to Congress. But why did you vote for Trump to be able to do this through the end of October? I'm right? Sorry, my brain is a little scattered. The end of the fiscal year is October, correct? The end of October. Someone correct me if I'm wrong. That's the end of the fiscal year is October. I know I've got some accountants in here. Is it September or is it October? Yes. Okay. Just making sure. I think it's end of September, start of October. Okay. Thank you. Well, got it. September. So until September 30th, I mean, you could do the about how long this is going to go on. So I do want to point out, yeah, now you're on TV saying, oh, we should do something about this after you just voted to extend this and allow this man to keep doing this. 9:30. Yeah, it's 9:30. Yeah, that makes sense. Because then fourth quarter is October, November, December. Yeah. Yeah. Gotcha. Anyways, anyhoot. Oh, and I just, how I feel about Robert Reich. And this is I like what he was saying here. The economy is showing severe warning signs after Trump's 2 months back in office. Severe warning signs. This shouldn't be surprising. He doesn't understand the economy and tanked pretty much every business he ever touched. And just understand, this is not about the health of the American economy. This is about the rich getting richer. right? Corporations consolidating wealth and power, billionaires consolidating wealth and power. Trump is getting richer by the day, grifting the absolute out of people. So they will get richer. And in Trump's mind, that's success, right? That's his business acumen history is mismanage a business into the ground and leave someone else holding the bag. That will be us, the American people. He will leave us holding the bag.
Trump's entire candidacy is based on a lie.
I'm really a good businessman. I'm so good at business. Oh.
Not true. Trump is a business failure. Almost every business he's touched, he's driven into the ground.
When it comes to great steaks, I've just raised the stakes. Trump's steaks are the world's greatest steaks, and the Sharper Image is the only store where you can buy them.
According to Sharper Image's then CEO, they literally sold almost no steaks.
Trump had a failed board game.
My new game is Trump, the game. Trump, the game, because it's not whether you win or lose, it's whether you win.
Failed football team.
It's going to stay strong. It's going to stay strong for a long time.
Trump decided it was a good idea to start a mortgage company in 2006.
It's a great time to start a mortgage company.
That failed in less than 2 years. Let's see, what else was there?
Whatever happened to Trump Airlines?
Oh, that was a good one. One of his planes had a crash landing within the first 2 months, which he insisted was the most beautiful landing you've ever seen. The business failed within 3 years.
How about Trump University?
Failed.
And then there's Trump Magazine.
Failed.
Trump Vodka.
Failed.
Trump Travel, Trump Ice, Trump Network.
Failed, failed, failure. Trump has even managed to bankrupt multiple casinos. How do you lose money running a casino? There's an old joke that the easiest way to make a small fortune is to start with a large one. And that's exactly what Trump did. Multiple analyses show that if Trump had simply invested his multi-million-dollar inheritance in an index fund and didn't touch it, he'd be a lot richer than he is now. Now think about that. His entire life's work has been less successful than if he'd done nothing. And when he was president, Trump ran the country like he ran his failed businesses. He added $8.4 trillion to the national debt, largely through his tax cuts for the rich and big corporations. Trump has managed to survive every one of his business failures by leaving other people on the hook, leaving workers unpaid, shafting his investors. The whole idea that Trump is good at business was a carefully crafted illusion, concocted for a reality TV show. And like a lot of reality TV shows, we've come to learn it was all show and no reality. The only business Trump has been successful at is conning people. Now he's trying to do it again. Don't fall for it. Trump's
Love Robert Reich. Okay, I have great news for everyone. Attention, I figured it out. I'm not always incapable of doing anything. The Joanna sticker is added, I think. I believe I just added it to the stickers, so it should be there. Let me double check. Yep, it's in there. I added the Joanna sticker. Perfect. Now we just need Cootery and Chrissy stickers. Thank you so much, Cootery. You're amazing. Thank you for doing that. See, they found it. Thank you guys so much. Thank you, Cootery. You're so amazing. And I'm saying this from the bottom of my heart. Like, all of the graphics, anything I have, she has made, and she is amazing. If anyone wants or needs somebody to do some graphic artistry work and they want to hire someone, definitely contact Cootery. She is so amazing. Like, absolutely awesome. Oh my God. Sorry. Prepare yourselves to be annoyed. This is another episode of F around and find out, right? Like, I cannot do it. It's like, I think I'm so, yay, we made it to 200,000 likes. Great job. Keep tapping the screen. We're on our way. I feel like I want these people to speak out. I'm trying to like temper my reaction to this. I want them to speak out. I want people that voted for Trump who are having a rough go. I think it is important to say something, but also I think at the same time we can all be unbelievably annoyed with them. Like, both things can be true. We do want people to see the light. It's a shame you had to lose your job and your livelihood to get with the program. Ooh, puzzle piece. Hold on.
He's a good boy.
Pigott was abruptly fired last month from the Treasury Department's Bureau of Fiscal Service, based here in Parkersburg, West Virginia. The reason given for the firings of 125 probationary employees at the Bureau? Poor performance.
I had my last review on the 31st of January, and I had the highest rating that you can get on a review, less than 21 days before I was terminated for my performance.
You voted for Donald Trump.
I did.
Do you regret that vote?
Yes, I do. To cut the knees out of the working class Americans just doesn't make sense to me. I expected more from President Donald Trump.
Since speaking out, Pigott says she's received death threats and her home has been egged. This woman asked us not to show her face for fear of retribution. She recently retired from the Bureau of Fiscal Service because she was afraid of losing her health insurance if she was fired. She also voted for Trump.
Would you still have supported him?
I'm not sure that I would have. The way that it's been done, I'm for balancing the budget, that type of thing, but not in this context. It's just not right.
It's almost like their whole campaign, Trump made videos and posted them on his campaign website saying he was going to do this. And then he did it. And you don't like, I'm sorry, I'm just going to play devil's advocate. Because again, I think it's important people speak out. I think whistleblowers are important. But also it's like, I do some research. Like, we need people to become like, especially this is the age of misinformation, the age of disinformation. You have to figure out like at some point you have to do some investigation into what's going on. And if you can listen to someone say thousands of times, this is exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to gut the federal workforce. And you're like, he's kidding. Like, I don't know, maybe this is, you're reaping your rewards. Yeah. Thoughts and chairs to you. And you won't show your face. Like, anyways, whatever. And by the way, in West Virginia, I'm pretty sure like one of the largest employers is the federal government. They moved federal government offices there because it was such a depressed economy that they had to have like stimulate the economy. And now they're all being fired. But I mean, oh, and I love this guy. Scary lawyer guy. I love his comments. I'm sorry, but if you voted for Trump the third time he was on the ballot and are like, gee, I didn't think he'd do anything crazy, like fire me from my government job, that's a you problem. I'm just reading someone else's comment on the internet. I didn't say it. This scary lawyer guy said it, but I think it's a fair observation. You walked right into that. You walked right into being fired. And Johnny's listening from work. Hi, Johnny. Nice to see you. Oh, you guys are gonna love this too. And I just put this in here because and I think it's out of order. Actually, I probably wanted to have it a couple back. Oh no, I didn't. This is the right order. Okay, so now I'm gonna. Her name is Dr. Danielle Martin. I forgot it says it here. I'm obsessed with Dr. Danielle Martin. I would say go. Well, I again don't recommend anyone go on X. Maybe look just on the internet or YouTube. But there are videos of her all over. This woman is a genius. Like, she's one of those braids. When I hear her speak, I'm just like, oh my god, like I can't even breathe. But Bernie Sanders was having a hearing about, and this comes from Bernie Sanders YouTube. That's what it says in the corner there, like YouTube footage, Bernie Sanders. He was presiding over a hearing in the Senate about universal healthcare, about healthcare being a human right and universal healthcare. And the Republicans are trying to like harass this Canadian doctor and be like, and it's like, what does MAGA always say? And no offense, MAGA, I'm sure there's some of you listening. You guys have no idea. You could do research. You could do statistical analysis. There are literal apps that will do it for you before you spew a bunch of uneducated lies, right? And what is the number one thing whenever you say we need universal healthcare? Every developed country in the world has universal healthcare. They're like, Canada has long wait times. That makes any sense. We have people dying who don't have insurance, period. What's better? Waiting for elective procedures, by the way. They're not talking about I'm dying in the emergency room like people do in America. They're talking about elective, unnecessary procedures. There's wait times. That is something completely different, right? But anyway, so she was in this hearing being questioned by a Republican senator. I can't remember which one it was, but Danielle Martin, Dr. Danielle Martin.
Canadian patients on a waiting list die each year. Do you know?
I don't, sir, but I know that there are 45,000 in America who die waiting because they don't have insurance at all.
Dr. Martin, in your testimony, you note that Canadian doctors exiting the public system for the private sector has had the effect of increasing waiting lists for patients seeking public health care. Why are doctors exiting the public system in Canada?
Thank you for your question, Senator. If I didn't express myself in a way that make myself understood, I apologize. There are no doctors exiting the public system in Canada. And in fact, we see a net influx of physicians from the United States into the Canadian system over the last number of years. What I did say was that the solution to the wait time challenge that we have in Canada, which we do have a difficult time with waits for elective medical procedures, does not lie in moving away from our single payer system towards a multi-payer system. And that's borne out by the experience of Australia. So Australia used to have a single tier system and in the 1990s moved to a multiple payer system where private insurance was permitted. And what they found was in those areas of Australia where private insurance was being taken up and utilized, waits in the public system became longer.
What do you say to an elected official who goes to Florida and not the Canadian system to have a heart valve replaced?
It's actually interesting because, in fact, the people who are the pioneers of that particular surgery are in Toronto at the Peter Monk Cardiac Centre, just down the street from where I work. So what I say is that sometimes people have a perception, and I believe that actually this is fueled in part by media discourse, that going to where you pay more for something, that necessarily makes it better, but it's not actually borne out by the evidence on outcomes. And what we've found is that actually working within the single payer system, we can reorganize things. I waited more than 30 minutes at the security line to get into this building today. And when I arrived in the lobby, I noticed across the hall that there was a second entry point with no lineup whatsoever. Sometimes it's not actually about the amount of resources that you have, but rather about how you organize people in order to use your queues most effectively. And that's what we're working to do, because we believe that when you try to address wait times, you should do it in a way that benefits everyone, not just people who can afford to pay.
God, preach. I love that woman. You should hear her talk about universal basic income. I bet she was in speech and debate. What a great communicator. That was embarrassing for that man. Don't ask questions you don't want the answers to, is what we learned there. Senator Burr, how humiliating for you. That's Dr. Danielle Martin. She's a Canadian doctor. She talks, like I said, you can hear her speak on a number of topics. She's a genius. She talks about universal basic income, all sorts of things. Look her up. Dr. Danielle Martin. You can find videos of her all over the internet. Yeah, definitely. No crumbs whatsoever. Left no crumbs. I could watch that stuff forever. This is actually, I believe, happening this morning. And I didn't, if there's more interesting clips, I'll find them. But I haven't seen you guys for a while, so I have a lot of things to talk about. But I love Senator Ron Wyden. There's a hearing going on where I'm going to mispronounce this guy's name, so prepare. It's like Frank Bisignano or something like that. Bisignano. Anyways, he's supposed to be in charge of Social Security. He's Trump's nominee for Social Security, and they're questioning him, and he basically was caught in a lie under oath, which I love.
months. In the last 2 months, Doge has been rampaging through Social Security. And I need to know first if you're responsible for some of this current chaos. So my first question is, between the time you were nominated and today, were you involved in discussions about Doge or any of the operations, personnel, or management decisions with those working at Social Security?
No, sir.
So that sounds like a reassuring response, but unfortunately, it's not true. Mr. Chairman, I have a statement from a senior official who worked at Social Security and recently left the agency. And the nominee told my staff, yours, and me in my office that the nominee wasn't involved with any agency operations, personnel, and management decisions. And the whistleblower statement says that the nominee insisted on personally approving several key Doge hires at the agency, among other things, and getting frequent briefings. So, Mr. Chairman, the first thing I'd like to do is put into the record the statement from this very high-level official at Social Security, a whistleblower.
Without objection.
So, according to the whistleblower, you personally intervened to get key Doge officials installed at the agency who have masterminded this shipwreck that we're dealing today. Months.
Mastermind the shipwreck we're dealing with today. I'll find more clips of it too, because I saw some clips of Elizabeth Warren. I didn't have time to clip them, but like just talking about like the nightmare of what, how they're terrorizing people with Social Security. So like, shutting down the Social Security phone lines, closing offices, and like, so I'll find more tomorrow. But like, I'll show you, if you want to see some of them or you're interested in what's going on with Social Security, because this is going to affect you. At Social Security Works at SS Works it's an account you can find across the internet, and they're specifically tracking these things. And I highly, highly recommend it if you need to stay up to date on what's happening with Social Security, or if you need to stay up to date on veteran stuff. At Vote Vets is another really, really good one. They're amazing. Yeah, this is their Twitter. Yeah, so. Just depending, because things are changing in real time, so we really need to be careful. Oh, this is Rick Wilson. If you don't recognize him, this was posted on the House Judiciary Committee, which Jamie Raskin is the chair of the Judiciary, and this was posted on the House Judiciary Dems. Yay! I've never seen this. I like flashy things. This was posted on the House Judiciary Dems website. This is a conversation between Rick Wilson, who heads up the Lincoln Project, and the chair of the Judiciary, Representative, the gentleman from Maryland, Jamie Raskin.
Musk envisions himself the monarch of the new techno-feudal state.
Absolutely.
Even Steve Bannon gets that. Who's been calling Musk, a truly evil individual. But so that makes Trump obviously nervous and insecure. And so he keeps calling himself king and, dabbling in the crowns and all of that stuff. Nobody's going to out-monarch him. But I think he sees that Musk is playing the long game. These guys really want regime change. They want to dismantle American constitutional democracy as we know it. They think it's defunct. They think it's obsolete. And they want to move to this new system of government. And that's why they're trying to seize control over all the computer data and everybody's information and the systems of payment. It's a guy who got started at PayPal, and he figures like that's the lifeline for people in society if he can get control over people's salaries and paychecks.
Amen. Could not agree more. Quite disturbing, but absolutely. And I think Rick Wilson is still banned on Twitter for like a month or something can't even remember what he did. Yeehaw. Thank you for the hat. Let's keep tapping the screen. Let's get to 300K as fast as possible. You guys are doing an amazing job. Tapping is clapping. Tap that screen. Okay. Oh, now I want to talk because tomorrow is a big day, right? Tomorrow's the Florida special elections. Tomorrow is the Wisconsin Supreme Court race. Yeehaw. Thank you for the hat, which is what I want to talk about right now. So there's a lot going on tomorrow. It's election day in just say too, but yeah, it's the Florida special elections, and you guys probably heard last week, Elise Stefanik, she's no longer the UN ambassador because the Republicans are so scared they'll lose that seat that Trump is forcing Elise Stefanik back into the House so they don't have to have an election because they're afraid they will lose that district, which I actually do agree with. They're going to lose that district if Elise Stefanik doesn't get back into her seat. But yeah, so again, tomorrow's a big day. The Wisconsin Supreme Court election is tomorrow. And I love Democracy Now! Highly recommend if you're looking for like a news source that makes sense and is high level. Love Democracy Now! They were talking about the election.
What's going on in Wisconsin is a very intense race for state Supreme Court. Wisconsin has had quite a few of these in recent years. That's because our court is incredibly powerful, and we are a very divided state. Wisconsin is the ultimate battleground state in the U.S. Of the last 7 presidential races, 5 of them have been decided by around 30,000 votes or less. And so often things come to the court. Cases on abortion rights, cases on labor rights, cases on voting rights. In fact, in 2000, the court decided by a narrow 4-3 margin to reject Donald Trump's challenges to Wisconsin's vote for president. And so, for a variety of reasons, both parties have focused on this court, even though it's a nonpartisan court. And this year's race is incredibly significant because currently the court has a 4-3 progressive majority. That's for the first time in a very long time. That progressive majority is likely to protect abortion rights, to encourage labor rights, and to protect voting rights. This is something that Republicans in Wisconsin are quite upset about. They made it clear they were going to try and upend that 4-3 majority and shift it to a 4-3 conservative majority. The thing that is different this time is that the richest man in the world, Elon Musk, has since January been obsessed with this race. He messages about it on social media. In February, he started giving substantial money. He is now up to at least 20 million. I think when the final count comes, it will probably be substantially more than that. And as you've noted, last night, he flew into Green Bay for what was actually not that big a rally. A decent number of people. But he gave away 2 checks for $1 million. He is also now making a new offer that to people who are going door to door, if you communicate that you've gone to the doors, you'll get $20 or something like that. And so he's just pouring money into the race in an effort to tip it to Brad Schimmel, who is a very, very right-wing Republican, long associated with former Governor Scott Walker. And if Schimmel gets on the court, I mean, there's very little doubt that he will rule in a very friendly way, not just to Republicans, but particularly to corporate interests. And I think that's what really interests Elon Musk.
His position on abortion, very quickly, John?
Brad Schimmel has been a long-time opponent of abortion rights. He comes from Waukesha County, which is a historically very conservative county in Wisconsin. And his whole career, he's been a militant foe of abortion rights. That's a big deal because Wisconsin has a battle going on about an 1849 law that effectively bans abortion. And if Schimmel went on the court, it is within the realm of reason that law could be reanimated.
Yeah, there's no words to describe how awful Brad Schimmel is. I need to say, okay, and I've been meaning to say this, and I keep there's so many things going on. Thank you so much, Sandy Dickerson, for subscribing. I missed that a little while. I mean, I didn't miss it. I had it in my head, and then I keep getting distracted by all the other things I have to do while running this live. Thank you, Sandy. You're amazing. I appreciate you. And Benny, thank you for the 2 giveaway subs. You're amazing. You're the best. As usual, I wouldn't even be doing this. Benny created the Discord and pretty much everything else you see here. Thanks, Benny. And Fax, thank you. Facts still matter. Thank you for the $5. Glad you're back. Quite a week. States rats, brother. Amen. Quite a week. You've got a lot going on. Jen, thank you so much for the $10. You're amazing. Thank you for always being here and supporting me. Don't make me cry. Appreciate you too. But anyways, so I mean, literally, Elmo showed up in Wisconsin yesterday like this. This is not a joke. This is how he came out and gave one of the scariest, most disturbing, like authoritarian speeches. I mean, it was a series of complete lies is probably a more accurate way to describe what he was doing. Just gave away 2 checks of $1 million, which I'm pretty sure the internet has identified one of the people as like the Wisconsin Young Republicans president or chair. So, I mean, it's not like, oh, I wonder who got these checks. They're just random people. I don't think so. But yeah, I mean, this is what he was up to. I don't know if I have it in me to even play this stuff. Well, I'll play this one. So people were trying to heckle him. And I think I only have like 3 or 4 clips of this, but people were trying to heckle him. And this is what he said. Keep tapping the screen. We need to be at 300K in 8 minutes, and I have all the faith in the world we can do it. Yeah, he's so embarrassing.
The federal government, like shocking, really. It's insane. Yeah, it's really wild. So, I mean, it was inevitable that at least a few Soros operatives would be in the audience. Give my regards to George. Say hi to George for me. USA, 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 USA.
Not an American. I mean, by MAGA standards. I'm not saying that. I'm saying by MAGA standards, he's not an American. So I'm very confused what he's doing there. What? By MAGA standards, this man should be rounded up and deported. So it's getting real confusing why he's still here. Oh yeah, he has money. I forgot. That's worthiness to be in America is now basically stacked ranked on how much money you have. I mean, point blank, period. I feel like I needed to say something and I forgot. Oh, Russell, thank you so much for the $20. Hearts to you too. I appreciate you so much. You don't even know. Keep tapping that screen. Let's get to 300K. Money and skin color. Exactly. That's what it's based on because apparently Elbo's allowed to be here, which really makes no sense. I love Crystal Ball, which I now know is Kyle Klinsky's wife, was pretending they are paid Soros operatives while you are literally there to bribe people to vote. He's literally bribing people with millions of dollars and saying, if you go door to door and convince people to vote for the awful Brad Schimmel, I will pay you $20. He's literally there to bribe people. He spent $20 million on this election, which, that's not final campaign finance numbers. I'm sure when it comes out, we thought he spent a certain amount on the election. I think it was we thought he spent $200 million and it turns out it's $291 million. So I'm sure it's actually more when it's all said and done, right? I mean, this man, if this works and he affects this election, he will do this in every state whenever he effing feels like it. I mean, that's the reality. And what are you talking, just to help MAGA, because I know they're not thinking people, right? They're just bigots and, people that don't think so good. So, You guys are afraid of George Soros. Well, it's really weird that Trump would install his literal protege in the U.S. Treasury, and that's who's running it. Who the F do you think Scott Bessent is? That is a man that spent his life learning and working at the feet of George Soros, and then Trump put him in charge of the U.S. Treasury. So you got this you guys being like, oh, George Soros, this is just another lie that is being rammed down your guys' throats, and you guys can't do Google searches or figure anything out for yourselves. If you guys want to say, hey, I'm very wary of billionaires, be wary of this one. Let me help you out. It's all of them. Amassing obscene wealth at the top of any economy is a negative thing. Okay, so that's one argument you could make, but you can't say the richest man in the world is doing us a favor, loves us and is taking care of us while he's gutting all the social safety net in America and telling lie after lie after lie after lie that he has been fact checked in. None of this makes any sense, and we all need to be terrified of George Soros. Then why in the F would Trump install Scott Bessent in the Treasury? Oh, because you guys got again. I thought that was you, Russell. I thought that was you. I didn't know what your last name was. Sorry, Russ. This judge I used to know from back in the day on TikTok. He's the one that sent me the $20. I thought it was you, Russ. Nice to see you. Long time no talk. Don't be a stranger. Maybe you're going to get kicked off the bench if you don't do Trump's bidding. Anyways, speaking of judges, Russ, this one's for you. This is what Musk was saying, which is super weird. He's supposed to be like influencing elections or the Supreme Court election in Wisconsin, but then is like devaluing judges and saying they should have no power. None of this made sense. This is the rantings of someone in a K-hole.
Thing to ask for, we're obviously seeing like some crazy stuff in D.C. where it seems like it's like any federal judge can stop any action by the president, of the United States. This is insane. Like this has got to stop. It's got to stop at the federal level and at the state level. Thing to ask for.
Yeah, while he's saying, install the judge I want that will do my bidding, the rest of any judge that disagrees with us, we've got to get rid of. Yeah, that's democracy. Keep going, Elmo. Makes perfect sense. I love these. Just to break this up, I put this in here. I always talk about planet over profit. They've organized a lot of the Tesla protests. It's at Pop for Climate, Planet Over Profit for Climate. And this is one of their latest this weekend.
Member and I are introducing legislation this week to make sure that Elon Musk has the same scrutiny as he says he's applying to the rest of the federal government.
Are they creating the jobs that they said they would? Are they making the investments in the state of New York that they're obligated to do? And if they aren't, this contract will be canceled and Elon Musk will be evicted.
I could watch these protests all day. Truly, it never gets old. Anyway, so back to Elmo's weird speech yesterday that was quite disturbing. Again, this election for the Wisconsin Supreme Court is tomorrow. And I think this is probably the truest thing he says this whole time. The rest is a series of misinformation and disinformation.
It's just how important it is. They think it's just, some kind of judicial thing that's not that important. But it actually, what they're doing, what's happening on Tuesday is a vote for which party controls the U.S. House of Representatives. That is why it is so significant. And whichever party controls the House, it to a significant degree controls the country, which then steers the course of Western civilization. So it's like, I feel like this is one of those things that may not seem that it's going to affect the entire destiny of humanity, but I think it will. No pressure. Yeah.
Someone said Biden, they made fun of Biden stutter, but Musk stutters. Yeah, well, Musk is also on the spectrum. Remember when they made fun of Tim Walz's son, who was on the spectrum? I mean, what, oh my God, why can't I remember her name? She's awful. Oh man, I'll remember in a second. She's gross though. But yeah, I'm not surprised. And again, I can't read this out loud. I just want everyone to look at the screen. So that video I just played, this was Ron Filipkowski's response. He just looked up a definition. I mean, at high doses, K may cause psychosis, a mental illness that causes a person to lose touch with reality. Frequent recreational K use can lead to delusions that can last up to 1 month after a person stops using. I mean, just looking up definitions. I didn't post this. I'm just showing the people's receipts. Don't blame me, but I thought very astute observation. Just saying. And this is real. I mean, this is how, what I say, like most of this was just him saying delusional stuff. He really was saying this yesterday in Wisconsin.
In fact, I sort of find myself in a strange position because I didn't think of myself as right. I thought myself as centrist. But then the left went all the other in the other direction, and now everyone's a Nazi, before you know it. And I'm like, wait a second, do you know what that means? Obviously not. So
I can't even live in this reality. I feel like I'm losing my mind. I love this. The Midas Touch account posted this and said, where would they get that idea? Nobody can think of any reason why somebody might say that about you, Elmo. Like, why would people think that? If only we could figure it out. I want off this ride, me too. But I think we're trapped on it. The ride is broken and nobody's getting off. Oh, I love this. And again, because I know everyone's going to ask, if you're not following him yet, this is his name and handle on TikTok as well, @MentallyDivine. Brian Baez is awesome. So if you do not follow him, my suggestion is this is his handle and you can follow him. Because every time I play his videos, everyone's like, wait, who was that? How do I follow him? That's his name and his @ that's on TikTok as well. But anyways.
Clearly, Mae Musk didn't give us her best.
Like any federal judge can stop any action by the president, of the United States. This is insane.
I mean, your only saving grace is the fact that you're not a natural-born citizen, so maybe you don't have the historical context of what the Constitution actually says. But then I remembered, you became a naturalized citizen. You were born outside the United States, but became a U.S. citizen after meeting specific requirements, including an English and a civics test. The same civics test that's supposed to make sure that you know how this government works. Maybe he didn't study hard enough and didn't actually read the Constitution. Because if his ass did read the Constitution, he would have read Article 3. It talks about the judicial power of the United States. The fucking courts. More explicitly, he would have read Section 2. It specifically says the judicial power shall extend to all cases in law and equity arising under this motherfucking Constitution. The laws in the United States and treaties made or which shall be made under the authority to all cases. So you either didn't study and got lucky on the test, pay somebody to take the test for you, or you know the information and you're fucking lying. Either way, I got a quick phone call I gotta make because motherfuckers need to investigate this real quick.
Love Brian. He's the best. Yeah, I mean, that's the point. The only job of the federal judiciary is to exert power, like it limits to the power of the executive branch. That's their job, quite literally. That is the recourse to sue through the federal judiciary so they will rule, leading all the way up to the Supreme Court. I mean, and I do think he's lying, and I think they know that. I think he's been sued enough times to know that. But I mean, that's the reality is they don't want the judiciary to exist. They don't want the judicial branch to have power. They want to consolidate. That is what unitary executive theory is the consolidation of power in the executive branch. This is what John Roberts has done to all of us. Now he's like, leave federal judges alone. Yeah, too little, too late, John. You created this monster. Now you're trying to put it back in its cage. Nobody will ever forgive you, John Roberts. Oh, wait, did I? Oh, man, prepare yourselves for some absolute.
My question is about U.S. aid. Has the Doge team found any evidence that any of the radical left Democrats like Maxine Waters, Adam Schiff, Chuck Schumer have received money directly from USAID? And if so, will we be hearing about that evidence anytime soon?
I just want to say, of course they mother effing haven't. Right? Now watch Elmo just make up this convoluted lie to try to say they have. And I want MAGA, use your brains. If in fact there was any of this evidence to nail Adam Schiff, literally one of Trump's number one nemesis, he's on Kash Patel's hit list. Why? You're telling me they have this evidence, that Elmo has evidence that U.S. aid money has gone to Adam Schiff? I don't know why they're bringing up Maxine Waters. She doesn't even have a lot of money, but it has gone to Adam Schiff and you guys aren't doing anything about it. You're not taking that evidence and sending it to wacko Pam Bondi to prosecute. Please stop lying. And since Elmo can't say, yeah, I have that evidence, because people will be like, why the F aren't you using it? He just makes up this weird convoluted lie.
Yeah. So there is a massive amount of corruption, but it is circuitous. So what happened?
Again, there is no corruption, right? That money was legally appropriated by Congress, just to be clear. So no, that's not true. Congress, the legal appropriators of funds in the government, appropriated that money.
Is there's money that obviously it's your taxpayer money that is then sent to various government organizations who then send it to NGOs, which an NGO is a non-governmental organization, but obviously if it's a government-funded non-governmental organization, it's just an organization, it's just a government. And effectively there's a giant fraud loophole, which is that the government can send money to an NGO that is then no longer governed by the laws of the United States. So they'll send the money overseas to one NGO, then they'll go through a bunch of them, and then I'm highly confident that a bunch of that money then comes back to the United States and lands in the pockets of the people you just mentioned. But it is a circuitous route. It's not like it doesn't go directly, but let's just say that there's a lot of strangely wealthy members of Congress where
one has nothing. I agree. Let's start with Rick Scott, the richest man in Congress, who's pretending to live in one state and lives in another. Sorry, that's Ron Johnson in Wisconsin. That's another guy who's pretending to live in Wisconsin, the state you're trying to influence an election, and is actually living in Florida. Or Rick Scott, the actual richest man in Congress, all Republican. I agree. There's a lot of wealth in Congress. I think we should get stock trading out of Congress. Right. And then we can do cost of living adjustments. If you want to be a public servant, you should serve the public, not enrich yourself. I mean, those are all things, but none of this he has no proof. He's waxing poetic, and lying and just saying, let me create this convoluted trail of which I have no proof to try to. But doesn't it seem like people are really rich in Congress? Like, this is not a line of logic. This is idiotic. And if you have any evidence, Elmo, which you have a website for that, it's the Doge Wall of Receipts, which is regularly audited, and you are caught out for fraud. Not even what you have on that website is not even real. Now you're making a bunch of claims. If he had any evidence, one scrap of evidence against Adam Schiff, Trump would have him in prison. Period.
I'm trying to connect the dots of how did they become rich? Well, how they get 20 million if they're earning 200,000 a year? Sounds. Nobody can explain that. So something's,
Nobody except for me. I just told you, like Rick Scott, the richest man in Congress, presided over the largest Medicare fraud in Texas, got his golden parachute and left. What do you mean nobody can explain it? I can explain to you where everyone's money came from. That's how financial audits work. I can explain how you're getting $8 million a day of taxpayer money while you're trying to take $65 a day from people that paid into Social Security. Actually, it can all be explained, and you're just up here saying strange things that make no sense.
We're going to try to figure it out and certainly stop it from happening.
Hasn't stopped one thing from happening except for investigations into his own fraud and mismanagement of his companies. That's the only thing that he has stopped from happening. Period. Oh, I love this. And I love Mandela Barnes. Mandela Barnes, God, I'm going to get this wrong. Like, I'm pretty sure he used to be the lieutenant governor. I think he was the lieutenant governor of Wisconsin. I think that's right. And then I remember watching a speech Obama gave for him, and he was running for Congress, but he didn't win. But I love Chris Webb. He's like, letting a guy with 14 kids decide whether or not women have the right to an abortion is nuts. Elon is trying to buy a seat in Wisconsin Supreme Court so he can have that power. Wisconsin voters must see his power grab, and on Tuesday, they'll shut him down by electing Judge Susan Crawford. Well, here's hoping.
Is trying to buy a seat on the Wisconsin Supreme Court. Hey, I'm Mandela Barnes, former Lieutenant Governor of Wisconsin. I don't want to be dramatic or be alarmist, but I do need to raise a pretty serious alarm about what Elon Musk is doing here in our home state. Now, this is the situation. On April 1st, we get to elect a new state Supreme Court justice, and this is a pretty big deal for a whole lot of reasons. One of the most important reasons is that whoever gets elected will be the tie-breaking vote on whether or not abortion is legal in our state. Now, Judge Susan Crawford wins. She'll protect abortion. And if Brad Schimmel wins, he seems ready, willing, and almost eager to uphold an 1849 near total abortion ban, which will put thousands and thousands of women's lives at risk. And in no
This is the guy, Brad Schimmel's the guy responsible for holding up the processing of like thousands and thousands of grape kits. Just, if you don't know much about Brad Schimmel, I mean, he is the most awful person on earth. Like, truly. An enemy to women everywhere.
surprise, pseudo-president Elon Musk is a big fan of Brad Schimmel, a really big fan. Like an embarrassing amount of fandom here. He spent over $19 million with no signs of letting up, trying to get Brad Schimmel elected, and he's even engaging in some very dishonest campaigning, like running ads from his super PAC that pretend to support Judge Crawford, all with the intention of tanking her campaign. Now, there's no question about it. Elon Musk isn't satisfied with dismantling the federal government. He wants to come here to Wisconsin, and he wants to buy an election so he can do it right here. And trust me, if he's doing it here now, and if he is successful, he'll do it in any state of his choosing in the future. So we got to shut it down right away. Even if you don't live in Wisconsin, even if you can't vote in our upcoming election, you can be a part of that. So please keep calling your members of Congress. Please keep telling them to stand up to Donald Trump and Elon Musk. Show up, make your voice heard, protest at these town hall meetings, even a Tesla dealership if you need to. Anywhere you can make your voice heard, please do so. And make sure that you tell them that we see exactly what they're doing. And most importantly, you let them know that we're not ready to let them get away with it.
So I think we should all, leading up to these elections tomorrow in Florida, in Wisconsin, call your Congress people and say, like, why isn't anyone doing anything about Elmo buying elections? Why is this guy gutting Social Security? Why are you not doing anything? I like to harass pretty much every representative in Arizona, occasionally when I get pissed off. I mean, it could be an activity. It's fun. Have some frustration to take out. Just send mean messages to them. They have to read them. So that's my advice. Like, just because you're not necessarily a voter in the Wisconsin Supreme Court election, he's affecting all of our lives. Someone said Schimmel means bald. Is that so? JS in the comments said Schimmel means bald. I really hope it does. That makes a lot of sense based on what I've seen of this man. He's so gross. Great to see you too, Jeannie. Nice to see you. I miss you all. And Robert Reich made a video about this, which again, love Robert Reich. He's the best. Oh, and Scott, thank you so much for the $5. Van Vranken, the Dutch. I love your last name. I used to go to school with a bunch of people that were Van something. I was fascinated by it. Awesome. Thank you so much, Scott. You're so nice. You didn't leave a message, but I'll assume you love me. The world's richest man. Yeah, I think the total is over 20 million now. Elmo spent, but again, the way campaign finance reports work, they're in arrears, so we won't know until after the election how much this guy has actually spent. But it's ridiculous. He gave away $1 million checks yesterday. It does in German. I was going to say it does mean mold in German. That's hilarious. Brad Mold. That tracks. I believe that.
Elon Musk bought the presidency. Now he wants to buy Wisconsin. On April 1st, Wisconsin will vote to fill an open seat on the state Supreme Court, with the court's majority up for grabs. Former Wisconsin Attorney General Brad Schimmel is facing current Circuit Court Judge Susan Crawford. Schimmel is an anti-choice, right-wing extremist who sued to overturn the Affordable Care Act and, as Wisconsin Attorney General, delayed testing thousands of rape kits. So far, Elon Musk's America PAC has spent $7.3 million supporting Schimmel, while another group funded by Musk and other GOP donors has spent $5.8 million attacking Crawford. Musk and his fellow oligarchs know Wisconsin is a key swing state, and its court is the key to gerrymandering the state, suppressing votes, bashing unions, and banning abortions. Musk's Tesla also recently sued Wisconsin over a state law that hurts its bottom line. Judge Susan Crawford, by contrast, is an experienced litigator who has personally defended reproductive freedom and workers' rights, which Musk despises. If you live in Wisconsin, you can cast your ballot by Election Day, April 1st.
Love me some Robert Reich, but that's absolutely true. Like, and I've talked about this before, and people are like, "What are you talking about?" Yeah, like we would have the House. The Democrats would have the House if it wasn't for North Carolina's Supreme Court being held by Republicans and them gerrymandering maps. Like, that's why they are so concerned. I would say that's what Elmo was saying when he's like, this matters because whoever has the House pretty much controls the country and makes laws. And we have to hold the House. If it wasn't for them gerrymandering North Carolina's maps and the Supreme Court doing a bunch of shady shit in North Carolina, we would right now be in control of the House. Quite literally. And that's why they care about this. If Wisconsin's maps are gerrymandered, if they get a unbiased third party to draw those maps, Wisconsin's not going to be so red anymore. And that's what they're worried about. Oh, now on to town halls, because you know me and town halls. I love a town hall. Greg Casar, who's the chair of the Progressive Caucus, who I absolutely love. He's a representative from Texas. He was talking about this, how progressives were going to fan out and go to districts and places where Republicans were refusing to hold town halls. Well, this is an example of one of his town halls this last weekend, which was awesome. Oh, I got to show you this too. You can kind of see it. Do you guys see here in this corner? He has a paper cutout of the person whose district it is, like they're there. He has a paper cutout. I think it's Chip Kelly. Yeah, it's Chip Kelly. He has a paper cutout of Chip Kelly because Chip Kelly refuses to do town halls. So he just put a little paper cutout of him behind a table as if he was there to answer questions, which I cannot get enough of. I mean, Chip Roy, sorry. Chip Kelly was like the coach of Oregon football. I have no idea where that came from. Chip Roy. I have no idea why that came out of me. That was very confusing. Sorry, Chip Roy.
nuclear safety.
Oh, the Eagles. Thank you. God knows Billy Ray Dipchit won't miss a second to talk about Philadelphia. Thank you, Billy, for correcting me.
Cutting nuclear safety workers is incredibly unpopular. Looking into your most sensitive information, like your social security number, medical records, even notes from therapy, is incredibly unpopular. Not just amongst Democratic voters, not just amongst liberals, crazy commies like me, no. It's incredibly unpopular amongst all Americans. The reason that they're able to do it right now is because they are breaking Article 1 of the Constitution and not bringing it to Congress. If they needed to bring these things forward to Congress as they should, they couldn't get it passed. Because although we discussed that the Speaker of the House is Republican, there's a Republican majority, it's a very thin majority. And they would have a lot of trouble voting to fire people that keep us safe. They would have a lot of trouble voting to get rid of thousands of veterans and fire thousands of veterans. They would have a lot of trouble. And so what they're doing is encouraging Elon Musk to violate the Constitution, to break the law, to break stuff, to then get sued and go back and forth through the legal process while the rest of our system gets left in a lurch. And so instead of firing veterans, instead of firing public school teachers, instead of firing nurses, my position is we should fire Elon Musk.
We should fight. I cannot get enough of Greg Casar. If you don't know much about him, he's absolutely amazing. There's no better idea than having paper cutouts of people who won't do town halls. I can't get over this flat chip Roy. It's hilarious.
Now we've seen some excuses in the news about why so many Republican members of Congress refuse to hold town halls. They've said that people are paid protesters. And I want folks to know, we can look here and move the camera for folks to see if we can make sure folks, if anybody at this town hall here is paid to be here, will you raise your hand? No? But if you are from Hayes County, will you raise your hand, keep your hand raised? If you're from Comal County, will you raise your hand, keep your hand raised? What about Gillespie or Campbell County, keep your hand raised? Or if you're a constituent of Congressional District 21, will you raise your hand and keep your hands raised? That looks like just about everyone, and that is who we should be accountable to. So thank you all so much for being here to ask these questions.
Sorry, it's a little hard to hear. It's not my fault. It's just he's in an echoey room with kind of like a bad sound system. That's what it is. Which maybe is it too hard to hear? Or can you guys hear it? Hey, Matt, Matt's here. Everyone say hi to the angriest veteran on earth. Nice to see you, Matt. A pleasure as always. Fun times. Oh, okay. We're going to skip the last because it is a little hard to hear. Like that last clip, and I'm honestly exhausted. So I don't know if I have trouble hearing what he's saying and like I'm being delusional, but it is hard for me to hear right now. So, but anyways, Greg Casar is doing an amazing job. I watched that live on YouTube and it was so interesting to watch. There's no better idea than showing up in places where people are refusing to do town halls. But this is what... Okay, I want to so I love this guy. His name, and this is an Instagram video. His name's like Professor_Neil, but I'm pretty sure I've seen him on TikTok too. But this is his name on Instagram, if you've ever seen him. And he's doing this video talking about, I don't know if you saw this, but Gavin Newsom had Tim Walz on. Gavin Newsom has lost his ever-loving mind on this podcast. Like, I don't know what this man is doing, but somebody needs to help him because it's that horrible.
Respect people you disagree with?
No, you don't.
And you can't just dismiss people.
Yes, you can. So the governors of California and Minnesota are talking here about the manosphere, and specifically manfluencers, the tastemakers and political players who make videos on platforms like this one. And we should not respect them. Even a bare minimum level of respect brings them legitimacy and credibility that they do not deserve.
These are bad guys, though. These are bad guys.
And not only are they bad, but they are dangerous.
And they're actually influencing young kids every single day.
How do we push some of those guys back under a rock?
So pushing them back under a rock is really a combination of things. Fact-checking, because they have few or no facts to rely on. Shaming, because shaming might not be a super effective means of getting somebody to adopt a new behavior.
Yeah, if you guys ever don't know about the Manosphere, Dr. Danny, who's amazing, and if you want to follow her, it's at In Bed with Danielle. She runs a research team. She's a doctor. She runs a research team that tracks and does research analysis, statistical analysis about the Manosphere. There's many people that do this actual like qualitative, quantitative research about what's going on and the rise of hate against women on the internet.
But it can be an effective means of getting them to stop one. And simply making the behavior, the manfluencer who is perpetuating it, who is promoting it, uncool. Consider, for instance, how Kendrick Lamar's songs about Drake have suddenly made adult men much less comfortable talking about the attractiveness of underage girls.
I think we have to first understand what their motivations are. I think we have to understand what they're actually doing.
You don't think that's racism and misogyny?
Yes.
I think there's a lot of that, but I don't think it's exclusively that.
I suppose that it's also homophobia, also classism, because it's all tied up together. But this also isn't a new field of study. People have been studying the manosphere, have been studying disaffected, straight white men, aggrieved entitlement for decades now. You don't have to reinvent the wheel. And what we know is that the men who identify themselves as part of the manosphere, who participate in it, who consume its content, are motivated mostly by three things. The perception that feminism has won and is now actively oppressing men. Romantic rejection by women. And because of those two things, a desire for revenge against them. And we can add here a fourth motivation for the manfluencers that they all follow, which is a desire to sell them an idealized vision of masculinity. Sell being the operative word. Because what motivates manfluencers as much or more than anything else is a desire to make money, to identify the pain points in young men, and apply pressure to them. So where I will at least partly agree with Newsom is that there is value in understanding those pain points, how they have been created or at least exacerbated by misinformation and propaganda about feminism and women. But we should reserve absolutely no sympathy for manfluencers and waste no more of our breath trying to understand them, much less respect them.
Someone was asking who that is here. Let me rewind a little. So I showed you at the. Oh wait, no, I have it right here. I think. Yeah, this is his ad. This is an Instagram video, but I'm pretty sure he's on TikTok too. It's Professor_Neil. He's awesome. Halfrican Night. I love. Thank you guys so much for being here. Love Halfrican. He's absolutely amazing. Thank you guys for coming. He's awesome. Russ is awesome. Okay, so this was a good one too. Robert Garcia was doing a town hall this week in Long Beach, last week in Long Beach, which was awesome. I cannot get enough of Robert Garcia. Like, Robert Garcia is like the one who follows Margaret around from like congressional committee hearing to congressional committee hearing and like blows her tweets up and shames her all the time. Robert Garcia is the best.
That's exactly right. Let me add, which I think is important. We right now are not only having to stand up against a president that likens himself a king, but we're also having to stand up against Republicans in the House and the Senate who have decided to stand with billionaires instead of working people and working families in this country. They want to destroy Social Security. They want to take and cut Medicare, and as we know it, Medi-Cal here in California. They want to eliminate the Department of Education. They are trying, as we all know, through their DOGE program, to destroy our federal agencies. And they are firing unconstitutionally tens of thousands of federal workers across this country with no remorse and with complete, pure cruelty. We have to stand up in this moment against that type of tyranny and those types of attacks.
I cannot get enough. Thank you so much. I cannot get enough of Robert Garcia. He's such a great communicator. We need really great communicators. Oh, and he actually called out Midas Touch, which I thought was cool because I mean, there's so few places to get good news nowadays. Midas Touch is one, Democracy Now, Courier News. There's some good ones, but I think people need to know where to get their news.
So what's next? How do we fix that? Fortunately, there's a young, talented group of people that are sprouting up across this country that are building now these new YouTube sites. Some of you might know, like Midas Touch, for example. Absolutely. So that's right. So places like new spaces like Midas Touch, like other sites on YouTube, are actually growing really quickly. So what's next? How do?
Amen. Tell the people, Robert. Oh, and I love that. Thank you. I love a flower crown. Somebody knows me so well.
Is that things cannot stay the same. Things cannot stay the same. If maybe you've seen the recent rallies that AOC and Bernie have been hosting in other parts of the country. They are motivating. They are motivating young people. And you don't have to agree with every single thing that Bernie wants to do to recognize that what they're doing is they're doing something that I believe is the Democratic message. We should be listening because people say, what's the message? The message is that right now it's all of us versus the billionaires who want to take more of our hard-earned money so they can give themselves larger tax cuts. Why people say, and I hear this from young people all the time, why is Elon Musk doing this to the government? Why are they trying to harm our public agencies? So why is it that they are going after Medicare? Why is it that they're shutting down USAID? Why do they keep going and trying to actually shut down programs? The answer is simple. It's because they're shutting down these programs because they want to save resources, save money, and take all of that money and resource and redistribute that so that they can then give themselves, all their billionaire friends, and the largest corporations in this country with massive tax cuts. They know, and they've said, that in order to pass their massive tax plan, they need to save $3 to $4 trillion. They need to save $3 to $4 trillion. Where are they going to get that $3 to $4 trillion? All of us. They're trying to rob all of us and working people in this country so that then they can then take those resources and give themselves more and more and more. That's the fight right now that we are in.
Not to go back to what we started at the beginning of our awesome class today, but just a reminder, let's look at that chart. I mean, this is the tax plan. This is, unless you make over 360,000, you will be getting a tax hike. Congratulations. This is why so the richest corporations, trillions and trillions of dollars in tax breaks will go to them. The rest of us will be paying for it. We'll be paying for it when they gut Social Security, they gut programs. I mean, that's the reality of what is going on here. I love Robert Garcia. Definitely nails it every time. Great communicator. He used to be, I think this town hall, I think I know. The town hall is in Long Beach. He was the mayor of Long Beach. Sorry, I'm just making sure I don't skip one. Yeah, here we go. Just getting back to my place. He was the mayor of Long Beach, I believe, for a while. I love Robert Garcia. Tap that screen.
Is
Let's
that
get to
we have
400K.
to match and meet what the Republicans are doing. We have to match and meet the energy. And so what I hope you're seeing from me and others is that we're now choosing to play politics the way they're playing politics. We have to be as aggressive. We have to stop. Of course, I'm not going to try not to use too many metaphors because obviously I get in trouble. They try to arrest me, but
It's so true. And he got a standing ovation. I watched this town hall live too on C-SPAN. He got a standing ovation at the end. And this is what I want to say, because I don't know how many people would be interested in doing this, but I think this is pretty cool. So after over 86,000 in attendance on the last stretch of the AOC Bernie tour, town halls, they're doing a rally in Los Angeles at Grand Park on April 12th. So if you're interested in seeing Bernie Sanders and AOC in person, it's going to be at 1 p.m. Pacific time on Saturday, April 12th. Gloria Molina Grand Park. You can see that if anyone wants to screenshot this, and that you can RSVP, I would say look it up, RSVP. But I think it would be super cool. I'm going to consider going. I mean, it's not that far away, but it's far enough. Like we could potentially go. I don't know. I mean, I'm in Arizona, so it's not that far. Yeah. I wish I'd been in Denver a week before and I would have been at that rally. I'm so sad I was not there. Those people outside that rally were so fun. I watched so many videos. I'll see if I can go. But press, if you want to contact, there's the contact information for it's press@berniesanders.com if you want to try to get press passes or anything, which we should probably use. I need to write, I'll go back and contact them because I think it's a good idea. We should all try to go if we can. And now, when town halls attack. So Victoria Spartz, who's gross, absolutely gross. If you don't know who she is, she's a representative from Indiana, who works for Putin. In my opinion, that's my opinion, but it's pretty clear. I mean, I say that because she's a Ukrainian who actively supports what Putin is doing to Ukraine. Every time I hear this woman speak, I'm shocked by the things she says. It's super scary. And she had a town hall, and when I say that she was run out of town, I mean, people were screaming at her, people were leaving. It was a thing of beauty. This is why I didn't even know she had a town hall, and then I found a thread about it, and I was like, oh my God, I need to find as many videos of her getting run over as possible, because she is the worst in Congress. Violating the rules, you are not entitled to due process. She's saying over and over, because I recorded this 3 times. She's saying, if you violate the law, you're not entitled to due process. I don't know how someone could yell a stupid thing like that over and over and over. Basically saying, if we commit crimes, we're not entitled to due process. We know how many people are accused of crimes they don't commit in this country and are falsely jailed. And she's yelling that over and over and over. People were losing their minds. And this is Indiana, right? This is a very red state. Violating the rules, you are not entitled to due process. You violated the rules, you are not entitled to due process. Yeah, that is fascism. She's literally screaming out the definition of fascism in case anybody's confused. Absolutely disgusting. Yeah, what town is she from? Where does she represent? I can't remember the name of the town or the area. Thank you, Joseph, for the $25. I'm Joe B. Wan. I should have said, good to have you back. Was going through Felice withdrawal last week. You, Joe B. I missed you too. I don't like being away from you guys. It's awful. And these, wait, I think I'm going to start from the end. I'm trying to think because I found these clips in the wrong order. So I think I'm going to start from the end because I feel like, oh wait, it's so hard to tell the order of these clips, but I want to start when there's more people in there. Dude, this woman, people hate this woman so much. It's so satisfying to watch. Oh, you guys can't see my screen. I was like, why can't you guys see it? Oh, sorry.
If you seek asylum way in the other country, not getting here in the country. So there is no due process if you come here illegally because you violated the law. Period. You violated the law. You are not entitled to due process. Legal process is time. And these people violated law. It is violated laws, and that's why we need to make sure we take this under control. The border has to be secure because it is life of your children. It is life of you. If you are protecting those the border. This police officer and our border patrol brave people risk their lives because we are all criminals to cross the border. That is wrong. That is wrong. For the people that are entitled to due process will have, but for the criminals that are breaking the law, we have to stop to that. And we need to deter.
She's saying basically, if you cross the border legally, which we know that's not what's going on. Like, these are people who surrendered at a port of entry legally, right? But a lot of these people that have been detained or they're on student visas and are being deported, like, she's just saying that's not true. And that's why everyone's pissed. And she tried to correct herself because at first she's yelling, if you don't, if you violate the law, you don't get due process. And people are pissed about it. And so then she's like, well, if you're an American citizen, you can get some due process. But if you enter the country illegally, which that's not what's happening in every case. People literally did exactly what they were told. They claimed asylum legally, were released into the interior of the country with a court date, and are now being rounded up and arrested.
We need to deter. We need to deter illegal activities because we have to recognize the law. I don't think anyone listened to me, so I think I stated my opinion. You might disagree with it, but we'll go to the next question. Our next question is
This is what she deserves. If you don't know who Victoria Spartz is, she's absolutely horrible. Like, this woman is horrible. So, like, don't feel bad for her. She deserves it. I promise.
Okay, I'll go ahead and ask it for you. So this is from Ben from Westfield. He said, I've been a registered Republican since 1976 in Hamilton County. Always voted for Dick Lugar. Why have Republican Congress members not rein in President's illegal, unconstitutional orders?
Please. Quiet, please.
They're chanting, do your job. Like, I can't get enough of this. If anyone has ever deserved to be screamed at, it's this person. Oh, I'll come back to that because I like that guy. But people leaving. So people start saying, basically screaming at her and saying, you won't answer anyone's questions. Because, like, people are asking questions and then she's just talking about something else, like completely different that has nothing to do with it. So people are screaming, like, you won't answer our questions. So that people are just like, fine, we're leaving.
That I would not be standing close to the Congresswoman because she's going to get. That I would not be standing close to the Congresswoman because she's going to get. That I would not be standing.
Why is this? I don't know why this is so short, but anyways, hold on. I have more pictures. So these are people walking out.
Answer the questions.
That I would not be standing close to the Congresswoman because she's going to get hit by lightning for all the lies
He said, I would not be standing close to this congresswoman because she's going to be hit by lightning for all the lies she's telling. That's what the guy just yelled. While everyone's like, answer the questions and walking out.
Perfect, but if we wouldn't have CBO, the country would completely run wild and we would completely bankrupt the country. So actually the Congressional Budget Office right now, that's what the graphs are. They not done from me. I don't create them. They do this graph, so this is a reality. My party is now.
Keep yelling random things that make no sense, Victoria. I think it's working. Oh, wait, it's not working and nobody likes you. She said it's common sense. She's speaking to them like they're idiots. That always goes over well, when you start telling people it's common sense.
Common sense that when you disperse, this is your money. Treasure is your money.
She's Ukrainian and supports Putin. Someone asked what her accent is. She's Ukrainian, literally Ukrainian, and is an operative for Putin. And that's in my opinion. But you could look more into her and her beliefs and decide for yourself. That's just my take on Victoria Spartz.
When treasury disburses your money, this is your money. Listen, I'm this kind of, so I'm trying to explain. Excuse me, folks. I'm listening to you. I'm telling you. Excuse me, and I am going to.
Let's please use this as an opportunity to model the kind of grace and decorum we want to see represented. I know, but I'm a professor and a mother, and I think this is a great opportunity for us to do that. We have plenty of questions that I hope we're able to get to, and we have several hard questions to ask of our.
Just to explain, this is Indiana. She's in a deeply red district. Deeply red, in a deeply red state. And these are her constituents who are now after her. That's what I'm saying. How does she get elected? She's a candidate in a deeply red state, in a deeply red district. And now they know likey Victoria.
President Spartz, but we need to allow her to address us first before we can ask them.
Just 1 second, guys. I'm going to go over the rules.
No, it's okay. Listen, I'll just tell you, if we're going to spread the whole time, it's a waste of time. We don't have to do it, and I will not do it again because it's a waste of time for people who came to hear that. Because some people actually came here to hear us. So
no one can hear, no one cares what you're saying. Literally, you're not saying anything anyone cares about. She's like, this is a waste of time. This is why people won't do town halls. That's what she's yelling.
Have to do it, and I will not do it again because it's a waste of time for people who came to hear that. Because some people actually came here to hear us. So and we'll get a chance to speak. So I'm listening, but not screaming. Because I'll be honest with you, I wanted to have a conversation, but if we're going to scream and match, we don't have to do town halls. Because next time, we're going to have. So anyway, so that's what Doge is doing. Doge is actually trying to figure.
She's saying Doge, but she can't pronounce it. She's like Doge.
How the money dispersed to white collar. Okay. Well, it's good, and you do it when you go vote, but you don't have to scream at me or at anyone else. Okay. So I'm good. I'm glad that we have people that, came here. And I would understand there is frustration, but I'll just be honest with you. If we, I understand my role very well. That's why I have this.
I could listen to her flail around and scream. And just to be clear, she's trying to say that Doge is doing good work. So I just, again, and if I suggest everyone bookmark this, it's doge.muskwatch.com. It's something auditing the lies on the Doge wall of receipts website where he's tracking fraud. Right as of today, Doge claimed cuts 115 billion. The itemized cuts that they can even find are 38 billion, and verifiable canceled funding has actually gone down. It was at like 15 billion. It's at 7.7 billion, including actual savings from contracts and real estate. Grants are unlabeled and can't be verified. So the verifiable canceled funding has actually gone down since last week. So just again, that's if you want to be able to track this, it's the Muskwatch Doge tracker, last updated 3/25/2025. It's doge.muskwatch.com. Highly recommend. So I mean, these people are sitting here while she's just spewing things that make no sense. And then this is outside. People were just screaming while the police were trying to hold them back. Sorry, I did not mean, I couldn't make it stop. So I had to do that. It was necessary, I promise. Or we would have been hearing it. I know. And this is Indiana. That's what I'm trying to say. They're screaming this in Indiana. They hate her. And I mean, no offense. I mean, she's on the well, wait. She was in the Freedom Caucus, and she might have quit. Like I remember in protest, like she did get the committees she wanted, so she's like, I'm not doing anything anymore. Like I'm not caucusing with anyone. I don't know if she just said that and then changed it, and if it's changed, but she is ridiculous. Absolutely. Look, this is after everyone left. So remember what it looked like full, and then like everyone walks out and she's still just saying random stuff that makes no sense.
Do that. I understand your frustration with President Trump and Elon and Dodge, and
He said, I understand your frustration with President Trump and Elon and Doge. That's what she's saying. Now that you know what she's saying, listen to how she talks.
Do that. I understand your frustration with President Trump and Elon and Dodge, and they were elected by the majority of Americans. That's the reality. That's the reality. President Trump was elected to be president, and he is the majority of Americans.
No, it's not a majority. Now we know Victoria can't count either. Someone needs to explain to MAGA that Trump was not elected by a majority. It's called a plurality. Look up words and numbers, and maybe that will help you. Now they know that you can't even count.
I know, but majority of the vote, okay? Let's just say that. Majority of the
Lie.
I know that you're frustrated, but I hope, and I know you're frustrated with Elon Musk. He just helps to order things. As you know, he doesn't have the power on the vote, right? So he helps to show transparency. The Congress will have to decide to put it law or not. And this is the reality. Do that.
It's just flailing around. There's 10 people left still yelling at her. I could never get enough of this.
Question from Barb and Carmel, number 39. Barb and Carmel, number 39. Tax the rich! Since Barb isn't here, I'm going to ask the question on her behalf.
And again, they're doing the same thing where they're vetting people. If you want to ask a question, you have to be one of her constituents. That's what they're doing. And they make you give like your zip code and stuff. Yeah, rough day for Victoria. If you watch this whole thing, I mean, yeah, you can barely hear because people were just like, you suck the entire time. I can't get enough. It's doze.muskwatch.com. I'm on it right now. Here, I can hold on one second. Let me do I still have oh, I took the browser away. Hold on. I'll show you. Cuz it's my favorite site and everyone should know how to get on there. I'm on it on my other computer, but let me just show you where I can share my screen with you. Yeah. Oh, It might be. That's so weird. It says it can't establish a secure connection to the server, but maybe it has to do with settings because on my computer, which actually maybe I can share the screen. I just remembered this. I am on a Mac, so I might be able to share the screen. Hold on 1 second. Screen sharing. Hold on. Let me just search this because I never share my actual. I use a Mac to do most of my research while we're doing this. Oh, I'm typing on the wrong computer. That's embarrassing. Mm-mm. I don't know. Like it must have to do. I'm literally on the website on my computer, but then when I type it in my iPhone, let me just I mean on my iPad, it says it's not secure, but I have it loaded and up on my MacBook Pro. Let me see if I can load it here. Yeah, I don't know. That's so weird. Maybe it has to do with my settings. Like um I wonder if I have it set so like not secure sites because it like on my browser on my computer. I would try it on a computer because it says not secure, but then it loads. Your connection to this site is not secure. You should not enter any sensitive information. But I can still load it on my desktop, so I'm not sure. But that's still confusing because I actually have loaded it on my phone. That's how I used to look it up all the time. And I have it bookmarked on here. So I'm not sure. But yeah, I have it loaded on my let me let me see if I can refresh it or if it doesn't load again. No, it loads on my Mac. That's interesting. Here, hold on. Let me try one more thing because I have another way I can probably show you. Let me see if it will load on my PC. Oh my god, I need to change the batteries in my stupid computer. Anyways, whatever. This is going to take too long. But I don't know. It seems like on devices right now it won't load, but it definitely has before. I've used my iPad and looked it up before. Let me this is a mystery, but I would just try and I'm on my MacBook Pro and it loads over and over. It just says not secure. I'm going to try one more thing. Mm, I don't know. But yeah, I would just bookmark it, but try on your desktop because it loads for me. Yeah, did you get can you guys get the yeah, it might be like it will reload on my MacBook right now over and over. I can refresh, I can go out and go back in and it loads, but I am not sure. I'm going to try one more thing. I'm just going to send myself a link really quick and see if it loads from a link. Give me one more second cuz I like mysteries. Okay, let me see if I can load it from on my iPad from a link. There it goes. That's so weird. If that's so weird. I texted myself the link. I copied the link from my MacBook Pro, texted it to my iPad, and I can open it. I'll show you what it looks like. This is it. This is what I'm talking about. Doge.muskwatch.com. I don't know why, but yeah, like I would say open it on a PC or a Mac and then send it to yourself. But this is like Doge claimed cuts is 115 billion. Doge itemized cuts. Sorry, I'm trying to move it down. 38 billion. including, and it shows like the breakout of like canceled real estate, unlabeled contracts, 19.7 billion in contracts. And then this is the verifiable canceled funding. It's so awesome. And anytime Elmo updates the Doge site, then they update this. And it's Doge here. Let me get to the, oh, I can't make this bigger. You can't see it. Doge.muskwatch.com. Could someone type it in the chat and pin it? Doge.muskwatch.com. And it's my favorite thing ever. And I have no idea. Like, I literally copied and pasted, I sent myself the link, texted it to myself from my Mac to my iPad, and then I could open it. I have no idea why. Oh, it might be our browser. I don't know though. Like, I'm on Safari. Wait. Oh no, I'm in Chrome. Open it on Chrome. And I sent myself a link from Chrome. I don't know if that makes a difference. Yeah. Yeah, it might be the browser. Safari, maybe Safari won't open it. Yeah, open it in Chrome because that's what I'm on. I opened it on my computer and then I sent a link to myself in Chrome. Yeah, you can open it on Chrome. That's what it is. It's the browser. We figured it out. I love figuring things out. Yeah, it's the browser. You have to open it in Chrome because don't open it in Safari. That's what it is. But yeah, this is my favorite website ever. And it's this guy named Judd, which I've showed you guys before, Judd Legum, Legum. He's also a great person to follow on Substack, JUDD space LEGUM. He's an independent journalist that worked with a bunch of like computer scientists to make this. I don't know. Like I said, I never got it to open on my iPad. I sent from Chrome on my MacBook Pro. I texted myself a link to my iPad. That's how I got it to open here. So I honestly am not sure. Like I honestly don't know. But anyways, it could open somewhere. I'm not sure. And if it's the browser settings, then it might be like that you can only, if you have we might have certain browsers set to only open secure sites. But yeah, this is what it looks like. Again, I only was able to open it on my iPad from a link I sent to myself from my MacBook Pro in Chrome. Yeah, it has to do with it not being secure. That's what it's saying anyways. It's just saying not secure. So I don't know, but yeah, it's the best tool ever in the world to use because like this, and as we always say out here, like too bad the people that need to see this will never see it because Elmo's a fucking liar. Like he's saving us all money. Yeah, this is going to help. Keep it up. All he's doing is canceling investigations and firing people who have looked into him. He's doing absolutely nothing. Yeah. Oh, yeah. You can do all sorts of things with this tool. You can search by state and see canceled contracts. You can search in all different ways on this tool. And there's a thing in the top right corner that says how Doge Tracker works. So you can look into like the different ways you can use it and analyze data. It's a tool to analyze different types of data and just call out Elmo's lies. See, someone opened it on their Android. There you go. I think it might be, yeah, this is the verified cancelable funding, but like because they can't itemize out certain things, the unlabeled contracts cannot be verified. Like I'd say it's somewhere between 7.7 billion and 38 billion, but that's not going to make up for like the 3 to 4 trillion they need to save for the tax cuts that they're giving themselves. None of us, but the very rich. So, I mean, that's the reality. The math's not mathing. Let me go back to I forgot what we were doing. Oh yeah, we were watching Victoria Sparks be booed out of. Oh man, I love a town hall. Town halls, I used to find them so uninteresting. Town halls are like my new favorite thing on earth. I could never get enough. Oh yeah, I remember what we were on. So Ro Khanna, this was this morning. He was on CNN this morning early and they were asking him, and I didn't see this part of the town hall because I didn't watch the whole thing. I was watching on like Reuters site on YouTube and I didn't watch the whole thing, so I never even knew about this part of it, but I find it fascinating. Oh, sorry.
About town halls, and we've been hearing about town halls across this country. There was just one a couple of moments ago, and we have this breaking sound that just came from a town hall that your colleague, Republican Congresswoman Victoria Spartz, just had. Here it is.
We demand the immediate resignation of Pete Hegseth, Michael Waltz, and the rest of the group chat.
So let me just address, no, I will not demand their resignation.
So I will not do that. You're a loser, Victoria. Like, you work for these people who are yelling at you, weirdo.
Or you heard the boos there, Congressman. I mean, what she said was, it's not a good situation, that it should be looked into. But you saw that, right? The question was asked, and then just this rousing cheers and everybody standing up. I mean, what do you read into the outrage, the turnout that we are seeing in town halls across this country right now?
It's unprecedented. Look, I was in Bakersfield, California, in a rural community last cycle. Maybe 200 to 300 people were turning out even for the candidate, and I had 1,000 people. You're seeing people angry, and they're angry that government has been handed over to billionaires to dismantle social services, Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, to fire veterans. Why? To give tax breaks to those billionaires and to huge corporations. The American people know it's wrong. And then to top it off, there's incompetence where the people who have been appointed to these high positions don't know what every previous administration has known, that you communicate through classified channels when you're having these important conversations. I mean, they have every amenity in the world. They can have a classified conversation from their homes, from their cars, and yet they didn't do it. And people have had it. This is why they lost in Pennsylvania, a race that in a Trump district for state Senate, which Trump carried by 15 points. They lost. This is why Elise Stefanik no longer is going to be ambassador to the UN, because they think and fear that they could lose that seat. This is why we're going to win in Wisconsin. There's a popular revolt against a handover to a billionaire class.
Well said, man. Love that message. Love Ro Khanna. We watched that Bakersfield town hall he had, and people were fired the F up. I love Ro Khanna. And the weird thing is, I even know people in MAGA that love Ro Khanna. You go far enough left, Ro Khanna is the farthest left of the farthest left. All of a sudden, people on the right are like, this guy's making sense. Anyways, I wish we didn't have to talk about this. I have some. Oh, just hanging. Hi. I just saw that. Thank you so much for the super sticker on YouTube. You're absolutely amazing. Sorry, I missed that. And by the way, I had to change the batteries in my keyboard. Isn't it adorable? Sorry, but that's why I was trying to type it, but I can open it on my PC too on Chrome. The doge.muskwatch.com. It loaded on my gaming computer I use to run TikTok Studio, because you can't from a Mac. So it opened on both. So I would say, for whatever reason, don't try not to use devices. I mean, who wants to use a computer anymore? Not me, but or text the link to your phone and then keep it to yourself and keep it in your text messages, and then it seems like you can open it. Sorry. But I digress. But we have to move on to the absolute shit show that has become the immigration crisis in this country. And, oh my God, prepare yourselves.
Eric, to you, you've spoken about the partisan overlap here and a dissatisfaction with specifically the Democratic Party's advocacy for some of these students. What are you expecting? What do you want to see that you're not seeing?
Well, I don't expect anything from the Democratic Party. The Biden administration paved the way for the Trump administration's assault on pro-Palestinian speech. The framework of the war on terror, which has developed over the last quarter century, was an entirely bipartisan, reactionary, anti-democratic project. It doesn't surprise me that the Democratic Party is totally silent when it comes to the defense of the most basic democratic rights of the entire population. Even self-proclaimed left-wing politicians like Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez haven't spoken up in defense of Mr. Tall, though he's a resident of the state that she represents in Congress. Our appeal is to the population that we will do everything that we possibly can to defend democracy in the courts. But the real defense of democracy has to come from the people. And that's the appeal that we make to you. This is not just about the speech that Mr. Tall wishes to engage in. If the US government can go around the streets of this country, pick people up, throw them into the back of vans, drive them to detention centers 1,000 miles away, that's it. That's the end of democracy. This is where the line has to be drawn. The response of the population, not the response of the political establishment, is going to depend whether we have a democracy or whether we have a dictatorship in this country.
Eric Lee, Chris got.
Eric Lee is an attorney representing one of these people. Again, I was on CNN this morning denouncing the feckless Democratic Party for collaborating with Trump. And this is the truth, like immigration in this country. And I'll say this, I can debate both sides of this. Like, there's no right answer, right? Because as Trump was telling a bunch of lies, which again, the right answer would be the US population educating themselves and understanding. There was never an invasion at the southern border. That's not the reality of what was going on. Or how much do immigrants pay into Social Security and Medicare? They're actually benefiting you. I mean, the answer is actual education. Without immigration, this country grinds to a halt. And unfortunately, even undocumented immigration. But yeah, I mean, that's a true statement, what he has said. But Biden was trying to hold the country, to hold an election, right? And I agree. I don't think the answer is always, now you see what the answer is. Like, this has started for years. It started with the war on terror, because of the war on terror, because of when George W. Bush was in office, giving people the right to deport people, to, declare, to take visas away, all of this stuff. Now you see when we give in to paranoia of foreigners and make these laws, all of a sudden we've lost due process. And that's the bottom line. If you have a brain, I'm going to try to say this nicely. If you're a thinking person, then I'm sorry, but even for brown people, even for undocumented immigrants, even for students with visas, it doesn't matter. There has to be due process, period. Because what you are setting a precedent of is Trump can accuse anybody of a crime. The federal government or state governments can point at any one of us and say, that's the precedent we're setting. That's it. Full stop. This is the end of U.S. democracy. This man is correct. And actually, it makes me, before I get in, well, no, we'll just get into the most awful. I don't know if you guys saw this last week. Again, I wasn't, oh no, that was the wrong thing to make go away. Did you guys see creepy Kristi Noem in this El Salvadorian prison, CCOT?
I also want everybody to know, if you come to our country illegally, this is one of the consequences you could face. First of all, do not come to our country illegally. You will be removed and you will be prosecuted. But know that this facility is one of the tools in our toolkit that we will use.
Yeah, you can't. Deporting people means you deport them to their country and leave them there. We're paying, first of all, I could go off on this for 2 hours of why this makes no sense. We're paying another country to house criminals. This is so unconstitutional. It's insane. And again, we know these aren't criminals. Turns out the people they sent women to a men's El Salvadorian prison. They mailed women there, and then they're like, hey, you mailed women here and we don't take women. You need to take them back. And then it turns out the men they sent there, turns out they haven't committed any crimes, and they entered the country legally at a point of entry, claimed asylum, and were released into the interior with asylum court dates. So everything this woman is purporting to be true is in fact not true. And I love this Polling USA, which I follow this account for polling. But if you ever wondered what the Gestapo would look like in 2025, wonder no longer. Absolutely correct. This is the literal modern day Gestapo. Point at someone, say they committed a crime. It's also giving like Salem witch trials. Why send them to El Salvador? We could just start burning people at the stake while we're at it. Let's just accuse people of witchcraft and set them on fire. I don't know why we're bothering to pay month over month to house people. Oh, yeah, we're getting to the hairdresser. Don't you worry. Well, we're getting to a lot of things today. And I've talked over ad nauseum about Aaron Reichlin Melnick. I'll show you guys a video. He testifies in front of Congress like once a month. He is one of the leading immigration lawyers of this country and a genius. Is on X, his name is at Reichlin Melnick. Highly recommend. Like, if you want to know anything going on with immigration, this is the man you need to follow. He is amazing. So I'm just going to go over, these are threads he's made in the last 24 hours. So, and this is what's coming out since Trump did this ridiculous and mailed these people unjustly to El Salvador against the Constitution. So the ACLU is fighting Trump in court. And because of discovery and finally getting them to say, you have to at some point say, what's your reasoning for doing any of this? So the ACLU, thanks for subscribing, Rebecca. Rebecca, you're amazing. The ACLU obtained ICE's Alien Enemies Act validation guide. This is real. You're wondering, how did these people who now it turns out we know a lot of them haven't committed any crimes and aren't part of a gang, how in the F did they get sent there? So this they got through suing them in court, confirming all it takes to be sent to rotten prison in El Salvador is 1, having a tattoo an ICE officer says is a gang tattoo. Doesn't have to be one, and don't worry, I'll give you many examples of that. And 2, displaying logos, symbols, or clothes an ICE officer claims or says are gang signs. Again, doesn't have to be those, just an ICE officer says they are. I just want to be clear. They fill out a form and they say they are, and then they are. It doesn't matter what the actual facts are. Oh, it gets worse. If you think that's bad, prepare yourselves. In order for ICE to declare someone an alien enemy, ICE must first determine they are Venezuelan over age 14. This is real life, military-aged men. And then second, find 8 points on a scoring guide they made up out of the thin air. It's 4 points for having alleged gang tattoos. And again, not that they actually have gang tattoos, that you just say they do. And 4 points for displaying gang logos or symbols. And again, not that you're actually doing that, but they say you are on your clothing. That's it. Now you are mailed to an El Salvadorian hellhole, never to come back. This checklist is shocking. A person can be declared an alien enemy based only on communications with someone ICE says is a member, is a gang, and nothing more. Listen to this. 6 points on this stupid form for texting a known member of Tren de Aragua. And again, not a real one, just they said you did it. And 3 points for Venmoing or Cash Apping a known member. Again, not a real one, just they said you did it. Equals 9 points equals TDA member. This is real life, people. One thing on this checklist even violates the AEA proclamation itself, which applies only to members of the gang. By assigning 10 points to this category, a person who admits to being an associate, not the same as a member legally, be clear on that, is automatically deemed a member anyways. You get 10 points mailed to El Salvador. Congratulations. Not in the gang. You could be like, hey, I'm not in the gang, but I'm in an abusive relationship with someone who is, and I'm trying to escape, and that's why I claimed asylum. Mailed to El Salvador. By the by far, the most terrifying part of this checklist is the association and symbolism section. Many experts say Tren de Aragua does not use tattoos or gang signs, which is exactly right. That's what I understand living in South America for a very long time. Or gang signs like some other groups. And some of the tattoos ICE claims are Tren de Aragua tattoos are things many innocent people have, like roses. So what's happening is maybe at some point they found a real TDA member who just had a rose tattooed on him, and they're like, gang tattoo. If any person with a rose on them, they're in this gang, which is insane and makes no sense. Imagine a guy's roommate is someone ICE says, again, not is, just claims is a TDA member. You're just living in third world countries. You're lucky to live somewhere. So, you're not picky. Let's just say you're living in a house with someone they say is. 2 points for residing with him. 2 points for closely associating with him. 2 points for being in a group photo with your roommate. 2 points for social media posts equals 8 points and sent to El Salvador in prison. Is it all becoming clear now? What's going on? Does this make any sense? Is this due process or this is just delusion? With this checklist, ICE can declare any Venezuelan an alien enemy without any concrete evidence, based solely on an ICE officer's interpretation of tattoos and hand signs, or the bad luck of having a roommate ICE thinks might be TDA. That's how these people got sent there. This is why due process matters. Tell the people, Aaron. One final thing to flag. A person doesn't even... Oopsies, sorry. Let me make this smaller. I can't see my head. Keep tapping the screen. We're almost to 500K. I appreciate you guys aggressively tapping the screen. Tapping is clapping. One final thing to flag. A person doesn't even need to hit 8 points to be declared a TDA member. The form itself says, once a person hits 6 or higher points, a supervisor can sign off. So never made the 8 points, and just a supervisor can sign off and declare the person on their own opinion a TDA member. So just texting someone ICE says is TDA, again, doesn't have to be, just says they are, that's enough that you are now sent to an El Salvadorian prison. Congratulations. The huge problem with a lot of these is the subjectivity, right? The document listed above includes an ICE list of what some Tren de Aragua identifiers may be. So wearing a Michael Jordan jersey can get you halfway to be deemed a TDA member. Dressed in high-end urban streetwear, favor the Chicago Bulls basketball jersey, specifically Michael Jordan jersey. I mean, and what we know is they probably just arrested someone in a Michael Jordan jersey, and then they're all wearing these. If someone is wearing one of these, they're in a gang. This is literally absurd. Other often wear sports attire from U.S. professional sports teams. How many of you in this chat are now gang members? Makes perfect sense. Adding more here on TDA gang tattoos concepts. It turns out that ICE's own internal guidance, and this is where it gets really disgusting, on what a TDA tattoo looks like, actually stole random pictures of tattoos off the internet. That's where they got their guidance from, which had nothing to do with Tren de Aragua. These aren't photos of gang members. These are stock photos that you can reverse image search and find that these are random people on the internet having nothing to do with anything. This is so this is just more on that. Another document filed by the ACLU is an unclassified ICE document showing what it alleges are Tren de Aragua tattoos. The New York Post also published these same tattoos in 2024, but reverse image search shows these images were stolen from the internet and have nothing to do with TDA. These are not gang members they photographed. These are stock internet photos that they stole as examples of who to arrest. This is real life. How many people do you know with this star tattoo? Do you know I know at least 500 people that have this tattoo? Good luck to you. Don't cross the border. Yeah, this is the Gestapo. This is ridiculous. Let's go over some more of it. The jump man. Imagine which the New York Post claim refers to 23 de enero, which is January, a Venezuelan neighborhood. It's Michael Jordan's number, guys, was posted on Twitter in 2015 by a random Michael Jordan fan account. So they are using this photo and saying, "Oh, this is someone it's a gang member's tattoo we photographed." It's not. It was reverse image searched, and it's a random American person on a Michael Jordan fan account posting it in 2015. I'm laughing so I don't cry. We're mailing people to an El Salvadorian hellhole based on stock photos of random people on the internet. The AK-47 tattoo posted in the ICE Homeland Security Investigations intelligence report appears to be taken from a random Turkish tattoo artist's profile. This is what happens when you reverse image search these photos they're using to identify gang members. The train image, which the New York Post described as shout out to the gang's origins as a railroad labor union in Aragua, Venezuela, dates back to at least 2015, where it can be found on a random blog listing 70 train tattoo ideas for men. We are exiling people to another country without due process because of this BS. This is real life. The HJ tattoo, which ICE HSI claims means Hijos de Dios, children of God, if you don't speak Espanol, a bizarre suggestion which isn't supported, can be found on the Pinterest page of a Thai tattoo parlor known as Samurai Tattoos, where it appears to just be someone's initials and have no further meaning. I can't even do this. The Real Hasta la Muerta tattoo, which has pointed out is the title of a hit album by Puerto Rican reggaeton artist Anuel, and is taken from a screenshot of a 2023 TikTok from a Colombian tattoo artist, which has an Anuel hashtag making its intent clear. Yeah, that's why we should deny people due process for liking Puerto Rican reggaeton albums. That makes sense. Nothing to be worried here. Everybody I know in Arizona has this. Every man that graduated high school in the 2000s has this tattoo. So good luck to you all. The nautical star tattoo image used in the HSI document is just obviously not a Tren de Aragua tattoo and has clearly been floating around the internet for years. Here's a random Facebook meme posted in 2020 using the image, and I've seen some examples from even earlier. Oh yeah, much earlier. Jim in the chat is a gang member. Thank you for identifying yourself, Jim. You should turn yourself in to be deported. And finally, the clock tattoo in the HSI document, which the New York Post called a common gang tattoo, was first posted to Instagram by a British tattoo artist February 2016, and it appears to be on the arm of a British guy named Pete who likes his Cuban cigars. Well, someone should go round up Pete because he needs to be in a prison in El Salvador. Oh, wait. This is if anyone's interested in this article where like that was published from this document, the New York Post article, this is it. National Guard urged to check migrants arriving in NYC for Tren de Aragua tattoos as gang members grow stateside. This, if you're interested in screenshotting and look, this is what he's talking about when he said the New York Post published this based on the document, the ICE document. Oh, and this one too. A user on the other site found the crown tattoo on Pinterest. So that's 8 of 9 tattoos in that document, which are not related to TDA and were stolen off the internet. That's comforting. No due process. Don't have a tattoo commonly found on the internet, or you will go without due process to another country to be tortured in a work camp. And then, like, we were going to talk about this guy, right? Andrew. An ACLU filing. This is one of the people that was mailed to El Salvador. An ACLU filing sheds light on how Andrew, the gay makeup artist sent to rot in a prison in El Salvador, end up labeled Tren de Aragua by ICE. Documents filed by ICE shows that only evidence ICE listed for membership in TDA was a tattoo of a crown with mom below. His mother is his queen. And because he had that tattoo, this gay makeup artist is now labeled TDA and is trapped still to this day in El Salvador. Here are the tattoos that ICE declared were evidence that Andrew, a gay makeup artist who came to a port of entry, so again, didn't sneak into the country, came to a port of entry seeking asylum from Venezuela, was a member of the vicious Tren de Aragua. I am not making this up. This is it. Mom and dad with crowns over them. This is it. This is what gets you mailed to El Salvador for the rest of your life to work in a work camp. Just loving your mom and dad. A document, a gang questionnaire that was filled out when Andrew was first detained by ICE is maddening. Andrew keeps saying he has no connection with the gangs, yet the ICE officer filling out the form keeps writing in things suggesting he's linked to Tren de Aragua. I mean, it's sick. After interviewing Andrew, who says repeatedly that he is not a member of a gang, somehow an ICE officer concludes that despite all that, his 2 crown tattoos with mom and dad written under them are consistent with those of a Tren de Aragua member. Because these people aren't, they don't, let's be honest. Not very smart. The document above was submitted in immigration court when his lawyers challenged the idea that he was part of Tren de Aragua and therefore a safety threat. That was the only thing they filed, plus a link to a Newsweek article on claims of Tren de Aragua, like debunking Tren de Aragua tattoos. That's it. Andrew entered the country legally at a port of entry to seek asylum. But even if he had entered the country illegally, that would not justify him being labeled an alien enemy and sent to one of the worst prisons in the world with no due process. And he's answering questions now. Was he in the country legally at the time of his deportation? Seems like an important question to ask. And then still MAGA, I could underneath the thread, or like, why won't you answer if he was here illegally? It's like, tell me you can't read. He answered the question. And I don't know why Aaron will even answer peasant people's questions. He shouldn't have to. He's above it. But he does all the time. Is he back in the States at least? No, he's still in CCOT in El Salvador. His lawyers have been unable to get in touch with him since he was sent there on March 15th. Is there any lawsuits even by their own country to get them out of there? A few dozen families in Venezuela filed habeas corpus lawsuits in El Salvador seeking to have their family members released on the grounds that they are innocent. I do not know if Andrew is among them. There is no specific lawsuit in the U.S. at this moment. This man is trapped in an El Salvadorian hellhole labor camp for doing absolutely nothing. And this is this morning, okay, at 5:25 a.m., Marco, I have no spine Rubio said, last night, in a successful counterterrorism operations with our allies in El Salvador, the United States military transferred a group of 17 violent criminals from Tren de Aragua and MS-13 organizations, including murderers and rapists. He's saying they did it again last night. In order to keep American people American People Safe, POTUS designated that TDA and MS-13 as foreign T organizations. These criminals will no longer terrorize our communities and organizations. Once again, we extend our gratitude to Bukele, who's the scary dictator that disappeared a good portion of his population in El Salvador, and the government of El Salvador for their unparalleled partnership in making our country safe against transnational crime and Tism. So they are not sorry. They're not going to undo this. They, in fact, did it again with no evidence. And Aaron Reichlin Melnick responded to Rubio's post this morning and said, did anyone at ICE bother to truly confirm the Venezuelans sent to rot in a prison in El Salvador again on what legal authority were actually gang members? Or was the evidence tattoos like Andrew's, which said mom and dad, and which an ICE officer declared were gang tattoos? Yeah, great question. My guess is no. Like, this is the reality of what's going on with our immigration system. And actually, I think let me find this video I wanted to show you guys, because Walter Masterson made a video, and I just want to point out again, hopefully, yeah, it's right here, how little MAGA knows ever about anything because they can't count or read.
How much do you think undocumented immigrants pay into the tax system? Pay it into the system.
Okay.
So through ITN number.
So undocumented immigrants?
Undocumented immigrants. They pay Medicare, they pay Social Security. They don't get Social Security.
Right, but they pay into it.
They pay into
see, I wasn't aware of that.
Yeah.
I wasn't aware of that.
How much do you think?
You guys aren't aware of anything. That's the problem. You guys literally could not find your way out of a paper bag. If your life depended on it, you would die in that paper bag. That's the problem with all of you, is you have no idea what's going on. And you believe anything a liar, well, I think it's a cross between a pathological liar and an idiot says. Like, I wasn't aware of that. Cool. Yeah, that's why. Yeah, we know. We know you're not aware of much, ever, for any reason. Literally. That's why I had to stop debating on TikTok. Listening to people confidently yell the most idiotic things. And then they're like, you're just a woman with a tiny brain. I literally can't take it. And the insults to my intelligence and the waste of time having conversations with these people. It's embarrassing. Oh, this is not to depress anyone further, but it just needs to be said. So a woman was assaulted at her job. This is what I was talking about when they passed and everyone's like, yeah. And like, even, I can't remember exactly how many Democrats voted for it, but Democrats definitely voted for it. They voted for that bill. What's her? I hate saying her name. I think it's Senate Bill 5. But basically, it's a bill, and they're like, yeah, we're going to get all these illegal immigrants who commit crimes. But one of the loopholes of that bill and what Democrats were screaming about on the House floor is this. So a woman was assaulted at her job at a nursing home. Assaulted. She reported it to Michigan police. The police department alerted ICE, and now she's being deported. So that's what's happening. Let's say you are an undocumented immigrant, you're just going about your business, you're SA'd, and you try to call the police because you're in danger. Deported. That's what you get now. She was assaulted. Lisa Dwyer, Ramirez Verduzco's court-appointed lawyer, said during her client's arrest, people in unmarked clothes swarmed her car. They busted her window and dragged the 4'10", 49-year-old mother of two out of her driver's seat, scratching her arm. In the process, she has been detained ever since for calling the police after being assaulted. Great job, America. You guys are firing in all cylinders. This is someone who had a job and was paying into our Social Security and Medicare, never to collect on it. Just doing us a favor, having an ITIN number, paying into our Social Security and Medicare. And we were just going to benefit from it. And because you guys can't read or count, now this is the situation we're in. Congratulations. I want to show you guys something because I'm going to go a little bit out of order, I think. Yeah. And this is the point. So now that they're doing this, right? Now that we're rounding up all these people. They're living in fear. They're not showing up for their jobs. Our economy is going to contract. It's going to shrink, right? Which is going to cause us pain. It's going to make Social Security and Medicare insolvent. This is like biting off our noses to spite our face. It makes no sense. Why would we want the economy to contract? We're punishing ourselves, but because Trump convinced you that brown people stole from you or have your jobs, which they absolutely don't, the only people stealing from you are billionaires. Get it right. So, how do we make up for the loss in jobs? Oh, don't worry. Robert Reich is going to tell us we're going to use child labor. And I talked about this so many times that they are actively rolling back child labor laws in places like Arkansas and Florida to make up, because now undocumented immigrants aren't showing up for work out of fear. We're not going to have this stream of undocumented workers. So don't worry. Get the kids in the factories and mines. That makes sense.
Corporations are bringing back child labor in America. And some Republicans want to make it easier for them to get away with it. Since 2015, child labor violations have risen nearly 300%. And those are just the violations government investigators have managed to uncover and document. The Department of Labor says it's currently investigating over 600 cases of illegal child labor in America. Major American companies like General Mills, Walmart, and Ford have all been implicated. Why on earth is this happening? The answer is frighteningly simple: greed. Employers have been having difficulty finding the workers they need at the wages they're willing to pay, and rather than reduce their profits by paying adult workers more, employers are exploiting children. The sad fact of the matter is that many of the children who are being exploited are considered to be them rather than us, because they're disproportionately poor and immigrant. So the moral shame of subjecting our children to inhumane working conditions when they ought to be in school is quietly avoided. And since some of these children or their parents are undocumented, they dare not speak out or risk detention and deportation. They need the money. This makes them easily exploitable. It's a perfect storm that's resulting in vulnerable children taking on some of the most brutal jobs in America. Folks, we've seen this before. Reformers fought to establish the Fair Labor Standards Act of 1938 for a reason: to curb the grotesque child labor seen during America's first Gilded Age. The U.S. banned most child labor. But now, pro-business trade groups and their Republican lackeys are trying to reverse nearly a century of progress. And they're using the so-called labor shortage as their excuse. Arkansas will no longer require 14 and 15-year-olds to get a work permit before taking a job, a process that verified their age and required permission from a parent or guardian. A bill in Ohio would let children work later on school nights. Minnesota Republicans are pushing to let 16-year-olds work in construction. And in Iowa, 14-year-olds may soon be allowed to take certain jobs in meatpacking plants and operate dangerous machinery. It's all a coordinated campaign to erode national standards, making it even easier for companies to profit off children. Across America, we're witnessing a resurgence of cruel capitalism, in which business lobbyists and lawmakers justify their actions by arguing that they're not exploiting the weak and vulnerable, but rather providing jobs for those who need them and would otherwise go hungry or homeless. Conveniently, these same business lobbyists and lawmakers are often among the first to claim we can't afford stronger safety nets that would provide these children with safe housing and adequate nutrition. So what can stop this madness?
I love this man. If you don't know, Robert Reich used to be the former labor secretary under Clinton. He's now an economics professor at Berkeley. If you want to follow him, he's on TikTok. He's everywhere. He has millions and billions of followers on Facebook. I mean, I think he should run for president, but he's kind of at RB Reich. It's spelled like Reich, but it's pronounced Reich. It only took us 6 months to figure it out. But now he's our cult leader. When we finally start our cult, like he's going to be he doesn't know it, but he's actually our de facto cult leader. Thanks, Sylvia. I will reset my gift goal. Thanks for the reminder. Because the more hours I do this for, the more it gets difficult to remember things. But yeah, I mean, that's the reality. If we're not, and believe me, I believe in rights for all workers. I don't like undocumented labor. That's a steady stream of workers with no rights for corporations to exploit. That's what undocumented labor literally is. And they're like, fine, if Trump's doing this, then we'll get. I mean, think about it. We're disbanding the Department of Education, saying just homeschool your kids where there's no standards or anything. And then what happens to these kids? They end up working at younger and younger ages. This is all purposeful. This is all a plan. We are, to Republicans, to billionaires, we are just laborers. We are all just stock laborers who need to get in the workforce and churn out revenue, right? We create the surplus and hand it to the corporate overlords. That's what we do. They don't need us in school. They don't need us learning anything. They have AI now, right? They don't need us getting too smart. That makes no sense. Look at people, you end up with too much stuff in your brain. You end up talking too much like me. They don't want that. Oh yeah, Peter Thiel refers to us as free-range cattle in essays. Yeah, I mean, that's literally what we are. I mean, I wish it wasn't. I wish it wasn't the case, but it very much is. But if you don't follow Robert Reich, like I can say, he's only concerned with things that matter to Americans like us, like labor and minimum wage, just really cool things. Like you never post something and you'll be like, oh, this does not apply to me. I'm not interested in this. So I cannot recommend enough following Robert Reich. Oh, hold on. Let me see really quick where we want to go. We made it to 500,000. I just saw that. Let me update the goal. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. Thank you guys so much. Keep tapping the screen. I appreciate you guys. Don't ever let me go away for so long again. I had withdrawals, literally. Okay, I have so many more things to say. I literally hate Marco Rubio. I don't even know if I can play Marco Rubio clips at this point. But I want to I'm trying to think of the best way to talk about this woman. Well, I guess I should play this clip of Marco Rubio being unimagined. Lil Marco is getting a cruel streak. I think Trump was like, you need to get meaner. I think Marco Rubio could hear the wheels of the bus about to run him over. Trump started saying things like, yeah, well, this is Marco Rubio's fault. Like he will be the first one under the wheels of the bus. And I've noticed since Trump started saying that stuff, he's gotten a lot crueler. Like he has been out of control the last couple weeks.
I think it's stupid for any country in the world to welcome people into their country that are going to go to your universities as visitors. They're visitors. And say, I'm going to your universities to start a riot.
They're not visitors. I just want to be clear. They're fueling our economy. They're paying hundreds of thousands of dollars to be students here and to learn. It's one of our best economic industries. It's one of the ways we fuel our economy.
I'm going to your universities to take over a library and harass people. I don't care what movement you're involved in.
Just to be clear, nobody that he has disappeared so far has done any of these things he's listing. So I just want to be clear. They have presented no evidence that anyone has done any of these things. He's just naming random things that the people he has disappeared have not, or revoked their visas randomly, have not in fact done.
Every day. Every time I find one of these lunatics, I take away their visa.
You're saying it could be more than 300
sure,
visas?
I hope. At some point, I hope we run out because we've gotten rid of all of them.
Hello, Marco. My, what a spineless jellyfish you have become. Oh, wait, you never had a spine. Excuse me. And the reason I'm bringing this up is because, oh my God, I'm going to get her name wrong. But this is the reality. Like another one was snatched off the street at Tufts University. She's a Turkish PhD student who has done mother effing nothing. Like that's what you need to know about this. Like Literally, not that Mahmoud Khalil did something. He did not. But she has done even less than the nothing Mahmoud Khalil did. She wrote one essay. And the way they find these people, if you remember a couple, oh God, it might be an hour ago now or 2 hours ago. Well, we've been doing this a long time. Oh, we've almost been doing it 4 hours. At the beginning of this live, I showed you that New York Times article where Trump had just like fired randomly these prosecutors and they had been working on corporate stuff. And they think that like they had like whistleblowers had said, oh, this, Laura Loomer had tweeted like, oh, this is a Biden holdover prosecutor, right? There's these whistleblowers and these crazy MAGA zealots who are like identifying who they believe are pro-Palestinian people and then alerting the American government. And again, the government denies this, but I'm not saying this for no reason. This is her. She looks like she needs to be disappeared off of campus, right? Rumaisa Ozturk. Yeah, she's really looking criminal, working on her PhD at Tufts University. Someone get her. And this is why I'm saying this. So on March 9th, Rumaisa Ozturk, a Turkish graduate student at Tufts University, sent anxious text message to Najiba Akbar, the university's former Muslim chaplain, with who she had become close. Quote, I recently learned, this is March 9th, it's March 31st. I recently learned that someone added all my information to a doxing website called Canary Mission because of the op-ed published last March. And I can't give more information on this, but I can tell you this has been a recent concern of mine and people I work with very closely that you all know have ended up on at a similar website and are possibly making plans to leave the country because of it. I recently learned that someone added all my information to a doxing website called Canary Mission because of the op-ed published last March. It's a literal essay in support of Palestine. That's it. It says nothing. This is just a PhD student. She was trying to figure out what to do about it. The website published her resume and a picture of her in a red headscarf and claimed that she had, quote, engaged in anti-Israel activism. It also linked to an opinion essay she had written with 3 other students. She's just a co-author in the Tufts student newspaper, critical of the university. That's all it's about. It's being critical of the university for not sanctioning Israel over the war in Gaza. It's can I say it again? An opinion piece. So this is a student who, along with 2 other students, had an opinion and has now been disappeared. Miss Ozturk had never struck the chaplain as the activist type or the face of a movement. She was more of an introvert, the kind of person who liked to be helpful and would stay late after activities at the university's Interfaith Center. So, interfaith, that means you're accepting of all faiths, to help clean up. So Miss Akbar was shocked this week when she heard the government had revoked Miss Ozturk's visa. Department of Homeland Security and U.S. Immigration and Customs investigations had included that Miss Ozturk, quote, engaged in activities in support of Hamas, a foreign tea organization that relishes the unaliving of Americans. This is what Marco Rubio said, according to a statement from Homeland Security. At a news conference this week, Secretary Marco Rubio spoke about her detention. Quote, we gave you a visa to come and study and get a degree, he said, not to become a social activist that tears up our university's campuses. Again, she has never done anything of the sort. It is all a lie. All she ever did was co-author an opinion piece in the student newspaper with 2 other people. That now means to have your visa revoked and be disappeared. Her friends and professors said that characterization did not square with what they knew of Miss Ozturk. It doesn't really make sense because she wasn't a figure on campus, Miss Akbar said. I don't think she was active in banned groups like Students for Justice in Palestine. For what I know, she was doing her thing, doing her PhD. Miss Osterk is one of many international students. Thank you for subscribing, Life with Tree. That means so much to me. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Miss Osterk is one of many international students whom the government is seeking to deport after President Trump promised to combat anti-Semitism on campuses. So I just want to, Trump is not smart. Everyone he hired is not smart. And we got random weirdos doxing people who did nothing wrong. There's no proof she's ever even been involved in a protest, which is completely legal and shouldn't matter anyways, just pointing that out. But this is it. Like, this is all she did, and now she's gone. Her detention suggests that the government is casting a wide net, finding not just prominent protesters who pushed limits and broke rules, but also apparently some who were more quietly involved. I don't even like that the New York Times said quietly involved. You're not quietly involved for writing an opinion piece. Anybody can have an opinion. Is this America or not? You're not allowed to attend school here and have opinions? What the is that? Since when? The point of college is to learn to think critically, to question authority. And what we're learning now is that's no longer allowed. You're not allowed to think critically. You're not allowed to formulate lines of logic. You're not allowed to have opinions. And so the ACLU signed on to her case on Friday, this last Friday, and filed court papers demanding her release from custody, arguing that detaining her is a violation of her First Amendment rights, which extend to non-citizens on American soil. Like, just to be clear, non-citizens on, thank you, Galactic Overlord. Non-citizens on American soil have the right, First Amendment rights. Shocker. Rumesa's arrest and detention are designed to punish her speech and chill the speech of others, the complaint said. Her lawyers filed the complaint in federal court in Boston, naming as defendants President Trump, Lil Marco, Kristi Noem, the Department of Homeland Security, and immigration officials. And by the way, our tax dollars are fighting these lawsuits. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, our tax dollars are fighting Trump doing asinine, illegal stuff. So help that. That's waste. You want to talk about waste, fraud, and abuse? I don't want my tax dollars doing this. On Friday, so this last Friday, they filed this lawsuit. A federal judge ruled that she could not be moved out of the country until the court rules again. But hey, that's the same thing for the Broward University professor, and that's not what happened, right? Ms. Osterk has not been charged with any crime, and her friends are at a loss to understand how the law-abiding, introspective student they know matches the portrait of a political activist presented by the government. She doesn't drive, but if she were to drive, she wouldn't even have a parking ticket. A psychology professor at Northeastern said, that's the kind of person we're talking about. Congratulations, Trump administration. You guys are embarrassing weirdos. I want to show you something. Well, prepare yourself. This is the video of her being snatched off the street at Tufts University.
Okay, it's fine. I'm able to just go. Okay. Can I just close the car? Well, I'm trying to. Okay. Okay, with the police. Okay. I'll show you everything. Okay. Sure. Yep. It's fine.
Yeah, we're going to take a look. How do I know this?
Yeah, they were shushing her and she was quiet. That's how you know she's a good person. I would scream bloody murder and go limp. You have to drag my dead body weight out of there. Like, that is, do call your congresspeople. I mean, this is the reason we need to be constantly 24 hours a day harassing our congresspeople. She has First Amendment rights. The only known thing she's ever done is author an opinion piece in a student newspaper with 3 other people. That's it. And now we're here. And this is him. This is creepy, awful, spineless little Marco talking about her. Oh, wait, hold on. Let me find the video, which I don't even know if I want. Oh, wait, am I in the presentation? Hold on. I was in the wrong part. Give me 1 second. Here we go.
A Turkish student in Boston was detained and handcuffed on the street by plainclothes agents. A year ago, she wrote an opinion piece about the Gaza war. Could you help us understand what the specific action she took led to her visa being revoked?
Yeah,
and what was your State Department's role in that process?
We revoked her visa. It's an F1 visa, I believe. We revoked it, and here's why. And I'll say it again. I said it everywhere. Let me be abundantly clear, okay? If you go apply for a visa right now, anywhere in the world, let me just send this message out. If you apply for a visa to enter the United States and be a student, and you tell us that the reason why you're coming to the United States is not just because you want to write op-eds, but because you want to participate in movements that are involved in doing things like vandalizing universities, harassing.
Yeah, she wasn't doing, I mean, no one's seen any proof that that's real. So now he's just lying.
Students taking over buildings, creating a ruckus. We're not going to give you a visa. If you lie to us and get a visa and then enter the United States and with that visa participate in that sort of activity, we're going to...
Again, she wasn't doing that, Lil Marco. Stop lying.
Take away your visa. And once you've lost your visa, you're no longer legally in the United States, and we have a right, like every country in the world has a right, to remove you from our country. So it's just that simple. I think it's crazy. I think it's stupid for any country in the world to welcome people into their country that are going to go to your universities as visitors. They're visitors. And say, I'm going to your universities to start a riot. I'm going to your universities to take over a library and harass people. I don't care what movement you're involved in. Why would any country in the world allow people to come and disrupt? Now, we gave you a visa to come and study and get a degree, not to become a social activist that tears up our university campuses. And if we've given you a visa and then you decide to do that, we're going to take it away. I encourage every country to do that, by the way, because I think it's crazy to invite students into your country that are coming onto your campus and destabilizing it. We're just not going to have it. So we'll revoke your visa, and once your visa is revoked, you're illegally in the country and you have to leave. Every country in the world has a right to decide who comes in as a visitor and who doesn't. If you invite me into your home because you say, I want to come to your house for dinner, and I go to your house and I start putting mud on your couch and spray painting your kitchen, I bet you're going to kick me out. Well, we're going to do the same thing if you come into the United States as a visitor and create a ruckus for us. We don't want it. We don't want it in our country. Go back and do it in your country.
So let me, let me interpret that series of lies and conjecture and obfuscation. What he said was, if you come into this country and disagree with this regime, we will disappear you. That's what he said. So just to be clear, I mean, that was a lot of lies that had nothing to do with the woman that he was being asked about. He said, if you disagree with this regime, you will be disappeared. That's what he said. He's flailing around. Lil Marco is everything he said he would never be. You know what I mean? Like, what a disappointment to himself and others. That's all I could say. And it's 5:00, and I just got back out into town yesterday, and I still have to unpack and do a lot of things. So I have to call it for now. Sorry I started late. He's doing a Khashoggi. Exactly. I agree. And they're just sitting there pretending like they're not doing it, which is the most disturbing thing. But I've got to take my dad somewhere really quick, and I forgot about it. So I will see you guys. I'll see you guys. Well, okay. I don't know if I'm doing the broadcast tomorrow because Danny is actually in Rio. There's a lot going on with that. So I'll get back to you guys in the Discord. Join the Discord so you can always know what I'm up to. But definitely the People's Receipts will be back on Wednesday as scheduled now that I'm back in town and hopefully starting on time, barring another crisis, 11:30 Pacific time, 2:30 Eastern. Hi, Fish Trucker. Glad to see you too. I'm back and I hope to see you the rest of the week. Later, Gators.